YouTube. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. And welcome YouTube Live. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us for Coffee in Tow. RoSolo, good morning, half Trinity, half Jamaican. What was it? Half
Morning,
beer.
morning, and half big, nice. Yes, good morning, blessed to be half and half.
Let them know we are powered
Let's
by
go.
rum, fueled by rum.
By Roman Soca, yes,
Yeah.
Soca soothes my soul.
Oh my gosh. Well, you sound amazing. It's good to have you
Feel
sounding
better.
100% again.
Yes, thank you. I'm drinking my tea. I see the thing is you have to remember the things that keep you healthy. And I'd stopped drinking my tea, and now I'm drinking my tea. I boiled my tea up this morning, and I'm drinking my tea. I just don't have any rum, but that's okay.
No
It's
rum.
okay.
That's all right. That's all
No
right.
rum.
I'll have the rum for you. Guess what
You know
happened to
what?
me? Guess what
What
happened to me
happened?
this weekend?
What
So,
happened?
as a matter of fact, it was yesterday. So, we keep some bottles, we keep water in our room, right? Because
Hmm.
trying to do the right thing.
Right.
So, I'm like, hold on, where the wine buckle you come from?
Wait.
Right beside the
What is it
bottle of
called?
water is an empty bottle of wine. So of
Mhm.
course, my husband, you have a drinking problem.
Well, not really.
That's all he says. You have a drinking problem. I said, listen, if it helps, if it's my coping mechanism, and I think I need more alcohol for 2025. It feels as though we are 10 years in
Listen,
already.
January was a long year, man. January was a long year. A
Whew,
long
I'm
year. I hope
telling
February
you.
is not as long. Yes.
I'm
Happy New
telling you.
Month.
Happy
Happy
New
New
Month.
Month.
Happy New
Happy
Month.
Reggae Month. Happy Black History Month that they don't want us to celebrate. Happy, let me say it again, Black History Month and happy Reggae Month. Although for most of us, Black History is every day.
Every single
Every
day.
single day. And
Yes.
reggae is every day. But yes. Yeah, the enemy is striving, but that's okay. That's okay. We won't let them prosper. We won't let them prosper.
Not at all.
And
Not
you
at
don't have
all.
a drinking problem. You do not have a
I
drinking
don't. I know he
problem.
was only messing with me. I
Yes,
do not pay him no mind.
that's all right. That's a spice in your soul always works out fine. The spice in your soul.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Rosula. Thank you for being here as always. Good morning, Alexia. Happy Monday. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. So, Alexia, in the chat, you say, moments, hurry up and get the app going. Which app? Which app? Alexia, which one? Tell me.
What you mean, which apple? What you
Oh, the
mean?
Coffee Into app.
Of course.
Listen, Alexa, it costs money, and we're lacking in that department right now, and that is
One step
why,
at a time.
yeah, that is why we're doing the YouTube channel, and once we get monetized, then we're going to be able to go leaps and bounds, take it where we really want it to go, Alexia. There is so much in store. God willing, if it's God's will, there is so much in store for Coffee and Toe. We have a lot to get done. You know, a whole lot, a whole lot, a whole lot. And we're gonna get it done. We are gonna get it done. So look at patience. Just look a bit of patience, Alexa. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. But I'm glad
So
that
what?
you're speaking it into existence, Alexia.
So what can we, your regular studio audience or members who people from the other club days, what can we do?
To
You know.
speed it up. All right. If
Yeah.
you have the expertise, if anyone has the expertise for the app creation development and you're willing to do it pro bono, we'll be happy for that. If not, we can raise the funds, and we can raise the funds by going to www.coffeeinto.com. Go to our contact us page on the website, and there's a link there where you can support the channel to help it grow by clicking on the link that says buy me a coffee. Yeah, we can do it that way. Or here's another way. Right now we are at 129 subscribers. Let's give us a round of applause. Right? We are at 129 subscribers. We're growing. We need 1,000 subscribers. We're getting there. And we also need 4,000 watch time hours. Right now, when I checked last, we are at some 400 and something watch time hours. So we're getting there. And you know something? So now we're at 130 subscribers. Thank you to the person that just subscribed. Yeah, big up yourself. Um, what I'll say is this: I'm not going to be hard on us, because since um since we took this seriously, meaning going live, which was what, the 7th of January. Since the 7th of January, going live on YouTube, just faceless, we have grown by, I want to say 50, well, no, 60 subscribers. Yeah. So when you think, what's what, 3 weeks, folks? How many?
Yes. And
3 weeks.
yes, and I'll say this too to everyone listening. Make sure that you share and subscribe. And the key is to share. No one will, we won't grow unless you share it with your friends, share it with your family, share it with your coworkers while you're sitting down at your desk at work or sitting at home. You can listen and you can join the conversation if you come to fan base. But go to the YouTube page, go to the website, share, subscribe and share. SNS, share and subscribe.
Yeah.
Subscribe and share,
Yeah.
and that will be a pivotal point for everyone to for the platform to grow and for Moments to start monetizing. And then Alexa will have her app. You see it? That's
Yes.
how it works.
Yes, RoSolo. Yes. Thank you for breaking it down like that. So it's coming. Everything is coming. Everything is coming along. All right. So on fan base, morning Ja Rastafari. Every time I say Ja's name, I have to say Rastafari, ever living, ever faithful, and Ja is ever sure. What's up, Ja? How you feeling today?
Oh my
Oh,
God, this
Jesus,
is
have
how I
mercy.
feel.
RoSolo, get the white rum, sprinkle the white rum over the fan base.
Look, let me tell y'all, I
Oh my
have been
God.
using everything, right? But every time I bathe, it seemed like it come down more.
You gotta
Because
be careful with the bath habit. You gotta be
yesterday
careful with
I
the bath.
didn't sound like this. But
Okay.
every time I bathe, I go back to this.
Are
So
you
I don't
showering
understand.
or soaking? Which one you're doing?
I'm showering in very, very hot
And
water.
you sprinkle some, what you call it?
The
Eucalyptus
rain
oil or something in the shower?
Yes, yes. And the Ray and nephew is literally right by my bed. I rub it all down.
And I rub you need for you. I drink you need
You
for
need to
drink.
drink it. You need to
Well,
drink it.
I don't want to drink it because I'm also taking like Mucinex and stuff. So
Oh
I don't want to
Lord.
mix. I don't want to end up like anyway, I'm not gonna even say that. But
But you know,
today,
someone told me, John, they said the Mucinex, the robotisms, those things, they cover the symptoms. Mix your
okay.
toddy,
So
mix your toddy,
today,
drink your
so
rum.
today it'll just be rum
Yeah, make a toddy and just drink it throughout the day.
Today it'll be rum all
Yes,
day.
yeah.
Mhm.
Knock it out, and be careful how you take the shower and then come out into the, because one of
Wait,
the
why am
things.
I hearing?
Can you hear me? Are you
What's
hearing
up?
me, John?
What's up, Ja? Where's Ja?
Shoot, I don't know what happened.
I'm here. I'm hearing RoSolo talk.
Because she
Yes,
was
me
talking.
talking. Because it's me talking.
But who's she talking to? Because she's
You!
subscribe and share.
You. I'm
Oh,
talking
when
to
she said to
you.
subscribe and share, she's speaking to the listeners. She was talking to the listeners
Oh, she's hearing
online.
YouTube. She's hearing
Yeah.
YouTube. She's hearing the YouTube. There's a
Oh,
delay. There's a delay in YouTube. Yeah, on YouTube. But be careful how you come out the shower from that heat and the steam, and then come out into the house. You have to be very, very careful about that because you will get congested
So the
again.
live on my phone, your live.
muted. Okay, so the one at the top of the screen, I have so I did the live party, Ja, as you can see at the top of the page. So what
It's
I did is
duplicating.
I hit the mute button, so I canceled the volume, so you can't hear anything. So do the same on your screen. So that way you're only seeing it, but you're hearing us coming through on Fanbase.
Where is the button at?
Okay, touch the screen at the top of your page and it should highlight it in the top right hand corner. Bottom right hand corner, sorry, of the little screen.
But then I can't talk to you.
Yes, you can. Okay, at the top of the screen where the live stream is showing on Fanbase. You tap the screen. When you tap it, you should see the pause button come up, and then in the bottom right corner of the little screen, you will see the volume button. Just go ahead and tap that and it will put the line through it. So it's muted there. You'll only see, not hear. Got it? Let me know if you got it, Jack.
No, it's not working for me. I'll go out and come back.
All right. Yeah. Okay. No problem. No problem. But we're happy to hear you. You're gonna get better. We are gonna make you feel better. All right, Prof. At, thank you so much for being here with us. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. Prof, I know on behalf of us here who did not vote or please accept our apologies on behalf of our president for the actions he's taking. It's not us. It's not us. We in no way have any issues with Canada. I have no issues with Canada. Many of us here in the States have zero issues with Canada. Many of us love Canada because we have a lot of family in Canada too. Yeah, so it's not us. This is something, I'm so sorry that we brought out the wrong side of Canada. Go ahead, RoSolo.
So I have to give a quick joke because yesterday I saw a post about the lights being turned off in East Atlanta, and East Atlanta was in the dark. So this morning, as I'm getting my little one ready for school, the lights go off where I'm staying, and she's in the bathroom by herself, and she's like, "Mother," and all her mother, which knows with no sense can say is, "Lord God, turn off the lights, turn off the lights." And then you could hear her little voice in the bathroom just laughing because she's keeping abreast of it because I'm letting her know everything as it happens.
Mhm.
And she just starts laughing and it turns this scary moment for her into this whole joke because the lights, they just flickered. They really went back on. But the moment it happened, I said, "Oh God, can I shut off the lights? What am I going to do?" Here we go. But yes, it was a flicker, but it was real for a moment for me, It was real for a moment. So
yeah. And he's supposed to be having a press conference. Well, no, he's supposed to be reaching out to Shine Bomb and Trudeau today. Now he's going after South Africa, the latest one with South Africa. And let me go ahead. I'm totally off the runner show right now. So bear with me 1 second. So the latest thing with him now, and this thing this post that he put up on Truth Social, I'm going to read it, but this made me know he's not the president. He's only doing what he's told to do, right?
Can I
South,
say puppets on that? Puppets?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, puppets.
Strings being
You
pulled.
know, I mean,
Strings being pulled.
let's go ahead and read this one, RoSolo. South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes of people, and in bold, he puts very badly. It is a bad situation that the radical left media doesn't want to so much as mention. A massive human rights, and in all caps again, violation at a minimum is happening for all to see. The United States won't stand for it. We will act. Also, I will be cutting off all future funding to South Africa until a full investigation of this situation has been completed. So he probably don't know who he messing with. This is 2025 and nobody's scared, right? Because interestingly, South Africa claps back, sorry, and says, oh boy, US President Donald Trump, of course, in a social media post, accused South Africa of confiscating land and treating certain classes of people very badly. Trump, whose key ally, billionaire Elon Musk, was raised in South Africa, adding, I will be cutting off all future funding to South Africa until a full investigation of the situation has been completed. Well, South Africa passed a law last month allowing land to be seized, and we covered this last month indeed. Um, Allowing land to be seized without compensation if deemed to be in the public interest, an attempt to resolve apartheid era restitution issues. Now, Ramaphosa and his team, if the US don't give us money, let us not give them minerals. And remember, folks, we need the minerals. Platinum, we get 36.5% of our platinum from them. Gold, 4.6%. Ferroalloys, 4.2%. Aluminum, 2.4%. Diamonds, 2.2%. And then others combined, 40.9%. So let me say this. If the entire continent of Africa severs ties and wants nothing to do with the West, in particular the US, you know what's going to happen, right? Okay. I don't think I have to go into detail. I think we're fully aware of what the repercussions are going to be.
No, I think you should repeat them.
When I repeat them, I'm not repeating them. I'm not repeating them. We are what is happening right now is we are distancing ourselves from everyone. We are having our allies question us. But here's the thing. I don't have an issue with saying manufacture whatever you need here in the US. I don't have a problem with that. But here's the thing. You dropped the ball, President Trump. What I would have done during the time I was in office in 2016 to 2020, and when I was out of office from 2020 to 2024, what I would have done in that time is to meet with the powers that be, get Congress, whomever, to rally behind you so that we can subsidize or whatever needs to provide loans to set up manufacturing plants for things, basic things that should be made here, that can be made here. But nothing was done. Nothing was done. So you can't say to people, get ready for hard times. It's a pain that is necessary. We're not millionaires. We're not multimillionaires. Majority of the country are five-figure income earners. Majority of the country, five-figure income earners, with people earning as little as $7.25 an hour. And then as a millionaire, multimillionaire, billionaires, almost trillionaires sitting up there in Washington saying to us, hard times are ahead. Get ready. It will be worth it in the end. But you did nothing in the 8-9 years to see to it that there would be a smooth transition so that we would not be impacted. Come on. Come on. Then we have, what's his name, going to Panama and pretty much threatening. What's his name? The Cuban fellow. I'm sorry. Rubio, that's his name. Going to Panama and pretty much threatening Panama. In this life, we need other people. We can't do it alone. We have to maintain diplomacy. And we cannot only look out for our self-interest. Now, back to the South Africa story. This made me recognize that this directive, or this post rather, was not coming from Trump, in my humble opinion. I think it was coming from Elon Musk. Why? Because Elon Musk is African. He is an African American. He is South African. He grew up in apartheid era South Africa. The land that they're talking about is land that was taken, stolen land for which people have no papers to show. But the minority own the majority of said land. No papers to show how them get this land, which we know how they got it. And they're the ones having an issue with it. This is not your battle. This is not our fight. Leave South Africa to sort out South Africa's issues. Don't they have the town of Orania? We spoke about Orania or Orania. We spoke about that town, which is a white-only town in South Africa. I think all of them should just move there. That little piece of South Africa on a claim is uno, una land that. So keep that and keep it moving. Beauty, Coffee and Joe. Keep that and keep it moving. That's how I look at it. But anyway, too much. It's just too much now. We're going after Panama. We want Greenland. We're picking fight with Met. Oh, and by the way, hold on. He's going after after Europe. He's going after Europe as well, saying tariffs will go on their stuff because he doesn't like the fact, I guess, that we are importing their cars, the Mercedes-Benz, the Volkswagen, the BMWs. But don't they have plants here in the US? I know that they have a plant up in, is it North or South Carolina? Mercedes-Benz. They have a plant there. I don't know. So he's going after everybody. Is that what we want to do, US? So last night, when Marlon says to me, "Oh, he's gonna be having I say, yeah,
Moments.
yeah.
Pause your live.
My life is. Where you want me to pause it?
The one on fan base. The one on fan base.
Okay, pause.
So when you see the screen moving, we're hearing you speak and we're hearing the live at the same time.
Okay, so did you mute it on your end?
I can't mute it. Only you can mute it.
I muted it. It's muted on my end.
You just muted it again, but it had came back on a few seconds
Came back
ago.
on. All right, so let me pause it and leave it. Let me leave it paused then. All right, thank you, Joe. Let me leave it paused. Yeah. Where was I? What was I saying? I don't remember. What was I saying, Joe? I don't remember now. Oh yeah, he's supposed to be speaking.
Did they have a car plant in North Carolina? You said.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
and
good
then,
afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Ada. How is Maxine? Maxine, all right, Adesoji? I have to check on Maxine,
She's purring. She's
okay,
purring.
good. So he's supposed to be having a conversation today with Trudeau and Sheinbaum. So my response to Marlon was, I can guarantee you the reason that call is going to happen, it's not his own doing, but I believe the billionaires of these of the manufacturing industry, or the movers and shakers here in the US, I believe they have bombarded him and told him what he's doing is preposterous, especially in light of the fact that up in Canada, some provinces have removed, under the directive of Trudeau, they have removed alcohol made in red states. Some are removing alcohol made in the US, period. So I believe him get a call and say, whoa, 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 whoa. And that is why he's now going to have conversation. You're going to put tariff on everything. Do we make everything here in the US? From a pin to an anchor, A to Z, do we make everything here in the US? Do we have all the minerals and all the stuff that's needed to come up with the end product? Do we have it all here in the US?
So are we saying that he is still not listening to his advisors like he was during the first term?
No, but his advisor is Elon. Did you see the picture of the with him and
No.
Elon, and on the t-shirt, Elon's is printed. It's a black t-shirt with silver print, I own Trump.
Oh, thank you for giving me a laugh.
I don't know if it's AI generated, because with AI now you can't tell what's real from what's not real, right?
It was AI generated.
It was AI generated. Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying. But when I saw it, I was like, okay. Yeah. I don't know. We have some dark days ahead.
But he didn't need to make a t-shirt. It's apparent. Even Stevie Wonder can see it.
Ray Charles. Even Ray Charles too. Yeah, what can I say? All right, let's
So
go.
let me ask.
No, go ahead, Jack. Go right ahead.
While my voice is a little better. Our politicians and our people and our business industries that support this person right here. This is not the first time he spoke of tariffs on different countries. So no one pulled his coat and said, hey, you can't do this. They're going to wait until he actually does it, or say, I'm confused. What's going on?
It's not that they didn't. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Adesoji. Go right ahead.
It's not that they didn't tell him. It's that for them, whiteness trumps all things. Excuse the pun. The audience are a bunch of clapping seals that, because they see a clown bouncing the ball on his nose, they think they can do it too. Unfortunately, here's the thing. If the clown doesn't have an audience, no one will pay to feed you, and then you will starve. Now, the businessmen understand the bottom line. He's playing politics. They are economics. The economists have warned him. They've told him. Like, if the fact that you slap a 25% tariff on anything doesn't mean you're also getting a 25% tariff. You might get 30%. Because don't forget, when it comes in, that tariff has to be accounted for. And the inconvenience of ensuring that tariff is accounted for means another added maybe 5 or 10%. So maybe you're paying 35% on anything you buy. So whilst you're playing all this Mickey Mouse politics, your people, the same people that cheered you in there, will be the ones that will carry you out. And don't be surprised if they invoke the 25th Amendment. And for those who don't know, it means your vice president can, ask the Congress to say that the guy who is in the top office is not fit to carry on, and so to make him president. So watch that space. It might happen.
And Adesoji, if that happens, I think that's even more dangerous.
Exactly. Why? Why is that dangerous? Now you have a man who is basically there, a puppet who is going to do the bidding of his master. He's what you will know as the Mercurian candidate. Essentially, he has no ideology, nothing. He swings the way the money blows. He is hand over fist owned by Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is the guy behind PayPal and some other company like that. So essentially, you have, and if you go listen to Peter Thiel, this guy cannot string a sentence. He has no idea. I'm serious. And he's from South Africa, you know, which, what's his name? The guy who's currently there, Photos, wants to suspend money and support too, because the president, Cyril Ramaphosa, signed an edict stating that not in all cases will the idea of land seizure be deemed bad. Why? Here's the thing. When you guys seize the land from them, you signed it into law. So what makes it different when a guy who's been elected into office by majority of the population also signed the same thing into law? What's so different about it? Oh, okay. The law is only okay when you guys are applying it. I yield.
Ah, boy. You know what? 1 minute after the top of the hour. Let's go ahead and get started. Of course, we're going to be revisiting this conversation later on in the show. Thank you to everyone listening online. QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube Live. And thank you to my fan base, family, and supporters. All right, let's go ahead out of the Caribbean corner. First up, CAF hosts first edition of the International Economic Forum for Latin America, Caribbean 2025 in Panama. So, article courtesy of CaribbeanNewsGlobal.com. Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean hosted the inaugural International Economic Forum for Latin America and the Caribbean on January 29 and 30 at the Panama Convention Center. This event brought together global and regional leaders to discuss and formulate strategies to promote sustainable economic growth and the well-being of people from Latin America and the Caribbean. The forum, which served as a meeting place between the private sector, government authorities, and multilateral organizations, had as its main objective to identify and promote innovative strategies that strengthen institutions, promote innovation and digitalization, advance the transition of green energy, develop strategic infrastructure, and generate inclusive opportunities for all. These initiatives are critical to overcoming current obstacles and creating a more dynamic and resilient economic environment. According to CAF's executive president, Sergio Diaz Granados, Latin America and the Caribbean has the potential to become a region of global solutions to the great challenges of development, but at the same time, it must achieve sustained and inclusive growth and address its structural problems, such as inequalities, low productivity, or poverty reduction. This forum will be a key step towards those goals, as it will outline concrete action plans to improve the quality of life and create a fairer, more resilient, and sustainable economy. All right, so several globe leaders participated, and of course, they included Sergio Diaz Granados, who is the executive president, Rebecca Greenspan, who is the Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, Carlos Felipe Jaramillo, who is World Bank Vice President for the Latin America and Caribbean region, Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, who delivered the keynote address, and there were several ministers of finance and public officials from the Caribbean and others. All right. Oh, also the former Prime Minister of Italy was there and the former Prime Minister of Denmark. So, let us see if we will see the fruits of these meetings. I'm not, if you've been following Caffeine Show, you will recognize that within the last 12 to 18 months, let me give it 24 months, there has been a lot of conversation, a lot of meetings going on with regard to sustainable economies, with regard to resilience, when especially when we talk about climate change. So let us see what the outcome will be. You can only meet so much, it meet and meet and meet, but we need to see the meetings bear fruit, if I'm making sense. All right. Okay. So hold on 1 second here. Okay. Next. Anybody watch the Grammys? I didn't. Not interested.
I've watched clips of some performances, but I'd rather sleep and keep my peace, so I didn't watch it. No.
Yeah, I was getting my beauty sleep as well.
Yeah.
It's it's not easy being handsome. So
Facts, Adesoji. However, it does seem that we were represented well, according to what I'm hearing from other news streams, but still not interested in even watching any of it.
Okay.
I know Diana Ross was there. That's about all I know.
yeah, I also heard somebody had their hands full. Literally, they had to start giving out the trophies to people to hold on their behalf. So,
whose hands was it? Taylor Swift? Because she always has full hands.
Like I said, I'm just getting up from my beauty.
Well, Kendrick Lamar won 5 out of 7, so we'll give him that.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that's Kendrick Lamar. He won a lot of Grammys last time.
All right.
Kendrick Lamar won 5 out of 7. Alicia Keys won the Dr. Dre Legend Award. I won't even talk about Lady D because I'm not a fan. So,
Lady who?
Beyonce.
Okay.
She won the country
music
album. Yeah, album. She did, which I think is ridiculous, but whatever.
No, hold on. You're not going to say that and we just run past that. Why you say it's ridiculous?
Not
I don't think her album was liked.
Exactly.
Hold on, I didn't hear that. Say that again, Prof.
I don't think her album was well liked, but I guess Grammys is kind of political, so they have to give her because it's it's about her time to win, something like that. So
yeah.
I mean, okay, interesting. All right, interesting.
So they're not get album of the year.
They gave her country album of the year.
Yeah, they might go get that because them just not get album of the year.
They're not giving it to her. No, they're not giving it to her. Never. She has 35 Grammys and she doesn't have album.
I think that's Kendrick Lamar that won album of the year.
That's perfect.
So a rapper won.
Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, I believe it was.
I'm so out of touch. So over the weekend, son number 3 says to me, have you heard the Weeknd's album? I'm like, no, I'm really out of touch. Anybody here listen to Weeknd's latest album that dropped last week?
Who's that? Is that the name of the liquor or something?
His name is The Weeknd. Adesoji.
His name is The Weeknd. Soji.
Oh, okay.
Soji, do me a favor, Adesoji. Get your nose out the books just for one day and come into the American world.
I'm gonna lose brain cells doing that. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus. By the way, Adesoji, that show yesterday, boy, Brother Milton, not easy. Him really dissect the New York Times. He shredded them to pieces.
His book, Manufacturing Hate, is actually written on the back of some very disturbing New York articles about Africa. Very disturbing. So that's why I said his favorite newspaper.
Listen, he was fact checking, and as you read a sentence and say, okay, hold on right there, hold on right there, and and him go down and him break it down, and then you read somewhere and he's like, okay, stop right there, man. Wow, he's off the chain. He is off the chain. But it's needed, because here's the thing: there's the news and there's the news. There's the news and there's truth. We have spoken several times about how journalism has changed, and that true journalism does not exist because, and remember, was it last week when we were talking about I think I played a clip and I said, and I think you said, yes, it's something I've said. We're all for sale. Everybody is for sale. Just name your price. And this is where journalism is. Unfortunately, journalists are not able to do their job. Well, you know what? They can do their job. They choose not to. They choose to accept the money.
Exactly.
They choose to stay with these major media houses. Oh, by the way, NPR, PBS, oh my gosh, what are the other ones? Have been kicked out of Pentagon. New York Times has removed them. And now the only people who will be allowed are the ones that Donald Trump chooses.
You see, the problem with that, to someone who wanted to go? The problem with that action is this. To the clapping seals, it seems as if this guy is owning the legacy media, yada, 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 right? But here is the thing. With what you talked about, Brother Milton, yesterday when he was breaking it down, is it still allows you, okay, fine, you know they might have an agenda, you know they might be pushing out propaganda, but you can still decipher the real stuff in there, as opposed to stuff that they're just giving to you to go and give to the public.
Right.
That's the difference. Now, they're clapping, but they don't actually know that what they voted for is to be indoctrinated. That's it. That's it. That move to the undiscerning is, fantastic, blah, blah, blah. But that's their role. The press is the only thing that is guaranteed in the Constitution. The extra arm of government, that you cannot disturb them while they're doing their work. They can actually sue the Pentagon because you can't disturb them. But now listen, hey, they voted for it. Enjoy.
Yeah.
So that is what I was going to say. Are they doing it for the money, or are they doing it because of fear? Fear that he would take the actions that he did, which is not allow you to come into the place where you should be getting information from.
It is fair. The fear comes into play, in my opinion, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Adesoji. I think the fear comes into play because we have made money our God. We worship money so much, and we hang on to the very fringes of it so much. And that is where oh my gosh, I can't afford to lose the lifestyle that has been afforded me because of the money that has been thrown at me. And that's how I feel.
I don't think it's all that way. I'm sorry, Adesoji. Go ahead.
No, go on.
I don't. Go ahead. I got a cough.
Okay. So I don't, to buttress Javed's point, which is not fully made, I don't think the money issue is the point. The point is control. If there's an old, who was it? It was Joel, actually, who said, it's easy to control an uninformed masses. The informed one, you cannot, because they know what it is you know. But if they don't know what you know, and you tell them whatever it is you want to tell them, guess what's going to happen? They're going to take whatever you deem, because they deem you to be in their interest. They're going to take your word for what it is. And the moment they find out that they've been lied to, that is chaos. Because no longer will they trust anything. And the fact that the New York Times and NPR have
Is it me or did I lose? Okay, I got kicked out. I got kicked out of fan base. To my listeners online, bear with me while I try to get back in here. Got kicked out of fan base. Oops. All right, and here we go. Let's tap back in.
Is just sitting there and taking anything that's being said to them. That's just my look at it. Hope y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. I got kicked out a while ago, so if you lost me, I apologize.
Okay. It it's just anarchy. That's where everything is going toward anarchy.
Well, that's what we voted for. So what can I say? I mean, I didn't vote for it. That's what 70
I was just
something
gonna say
million.
I didn't
That's
vote
what
for it either.
that's what 70 something million voted for. So, we all have to suffer the consequences at this point. All right. Next up in the Caribbean corner. Barbados represented at WTO mini ministerial in Davos. Article courtesy of Caribbean News Global.com. Barbados was represented for the first time at the World Trade Organization's WTO mini ministerial at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade Kerry Simmons attended WTO mini ministerial, which took place in the margins of the World Economic Forum's Davos meeting. It sought to prepare the groundwork for the upcoming year at the WTO in the lead up to the 2026 ministerial conference to be held in Cameroon. The meeting began with a roundtable ministerial discussion with major private sector actors from the digital, supply chain, chemical, and technology industries. One of the key outcomes of the discussion was that while the world is not deglobalizing, there is some fragmentation and adjustment in global supply chains. It was also recognized that services trade continues to outpace goods trade, and this creates opportunities for developing countries in particular. The importance of better communicating the work of the WTO to micro, small, and medium enterprises and citizens was also reiterated. On to Dominica. According to Caribbean National Weekly.com, efforts are underway to establish a national cannabis regulatory commission in Dominica, highlighting the potential of the medicinal cannabis industry to transform the country's agricultural landscape. Ryan Anselm, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, shared that legislation to establish a medicinal cannabis industry is currently being developed. In a statement, he said governments across continents are embracing cannabis legislation, unlocking its power to create jobs, foster economic diversification, and drive innovation. Cannabis is far more than just a crop. So we have to look at cannabis as not medicinal, not for cosmetic, but how we drive and put in the necessary legislative framework and policies in put the policies in place, excuse me, to make cannabis one of our leading economic crops. Anselm told the forum that during the 1970s and 80s, Dominica relied on the banana industry. And we are convinced in the Ministry of Agriculture that cannabis, I don't like to say a monocrop, but an integrated productive system. We believe cannabis provides that opportunity for us. He said beyond the medicinal application, cannabis is a resource for industrial products, beauty and skincare lines, wellness solutions, and more. Um, so I thought back to the article when I saw this one, Mr. President. I thought back to good morning, by the way, everyone just joining us. Thank you for coming to Coffee and Toe live on YouTube and on internet radio. So when I saw this article, Mr. President, I thought about the article last week and I chuckled as I was listening to the episode. I think last week Friday, I chuckled when we were talking about Colombia and their product that has outpaced oil, right? And I remember saying, how is it that they will burn down the farm, the cannabis farms in Jamaica, right? And of course, they're burning them down under the directive of somebody else. We burn down the cannabis farms in Jamaica, but yet the cocoa farms, cocoa farming has grown exponentially. So this is something off. Where, okay, but you know what? Let me reserve my comments. I think y'all know where I'm going. We are able to monitor the cocoa plants, the cocoa industry, down to the dollars and cents, down to the grams, down to how much is exported, down to how much acreage of cocoa plants dead. Yet that is way more harmful than cannabis in its natural state. What can I say? So you see that there is a puppet master. And I based on that and my reasoning, my thinking, and I can't call me crazy, I don't care. It is safe to say that Dominica was given the go ahead, the green light. So, okay, carry on now. Now that we have capitalized enough, now that we have our players in position, now you can do your thing. Play catch up. We had to get years ahead on you. Now you can do your thing. Something that grow wild. Anyway, do you think Dominica? Guyana, you're up next. Guyana to lead new global oil producers group. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNewsGlobal.com. Well. It's in the voice of the girl, but what's her name? Christina Talks Tea on TikTok. Guyana's exemplary management of its oil and gas sector has earned it an invitation to chair a global coalition of the world's newest oil producing nations. The group introduces fellow oil producers such as Ghana and Suriname. Minister of Natural Resources Vikram Bharat made the announcement on Saturday during the commissioning of the Vreed on Hoop shore-based facility. The minister said Ghana was asked to chair a new producers worldwide group starting in February this year. He believes that the achievement is due to the government's work and commitment to the petroleum sector. Today, we have seen the confidence of investors rising as well. As investors, your investment must be secured, the Natural Resources Minister stated. The government has established a framework for effectively managing the oil and gas sector through visionary leadership and strategic policies. This approach has driven unparalleled growth, positioning Ghana as a global leader among emerging oil producers. Minister Bharat noted that no other country has transitioned from oil discovery to producing over 600,000 barrels per day in such a short time as Guyana has since the May 2015 discovery. Now, as I'm reading that, I'm remembering a video. I reposted the video as a short on Coffee in Toes YouTube channel. I invite you to check it out. And I have to say thank you to Kalila Reynolds for this video. I'm gonna pull it up so that Kalila, Kalila Reynolds. She spoke about. Hold on one second. About oil. No, I did not know this. I learned something new. Let me go ahead and play the video.
Jamaica exporting fuel oil to Trinidad?
For the first time ever, Jamaica Petrojam is exporting fuel to Trinidad and Tobago. And to that, we're looking to a million barrels of fuel oil, valued at about 90 million US.
Did he just say a million barrels? That's Telroy Morgan, the general manager at Petrojam, Jamaica's oil refinery. Now, Jamaica actually doesn't produce oil, but Trinidad does. So this announcement took me completely by surprise. But apparently, Petrotrin has been down since like 2019.
Trinidad, who has oil, their refinery shuttered about 6 years ago. And so they have been importing. But over those many years, Petrojam has been trying to get in, so to speak, and it has finally happened.
Well, that explains Trinidad's foreign exchange issues. They produce oil, but they don't refine it anymore. So they're exporting it raw and about to buy it back refined from Jamaica. Apparently, this batch is some special marine fuel, though.
It's a fuel mainly for marine vessels, tankers.
But still, the optics. In my opinion, this signals a power shift in CARICOM, which has been at least 10 years in the making. And that's probably why, according to Telroy, this deal took so long. I think Trinidad didn't want to do it. Now, Trinidad and Jamaica have always been competitors, and the Trinis are going to hate me for saying this, but these last 10 years, Trinidad's economy has been on the decline, while Jamaica has been improving. One of the major issues with doing business in Jamaica, especially for manufacturers, has always been the high cost of energy. Trinidad has always had that advantage. But are the roles now reversing? Remember my Taking Stock interview with Marla Dukaran? She's an economist from Trinidad who was explaining their foreign exchange issues.
The energy sector has not been earning the kind of foreign currency that it used to, say, let's say back in the 70s, 80s, even back up to 2013. We're earning a lot less now for a couple of reasons. One is the international price of these commodities, but also because of our production being very weak.
Wow, this really explains a lot. And then, of course, you have the new kid on the block when it comes to oil, Guyana. They're exporting barrels by the millions now, to the point where their government is literally giving away money to babies.
Our government will provide a one-off grant of $100,000 for every newborn baby born in Guyana to a Guyanese mother.
And you can see the conversions here. That's about 75 KJMD, 3,200 TTD, or 477 US dollars. Must be nice. By the way, Guyana doesn't have a refinery either, so that's also an opportunity for Jamaica and Petrojam. Anyway, to wrap this all up, the power dynamics in CARICOM are changing. As investors in this region, you need to make note of these shifts so you can spot the opportunities and the risks. And that's the bottom line. Follow our business.
I did not know this. Anybody else here knew that Jamaica was refining and, taking the crude from Trinidad, refining, and then selling it back to Trinidad? I was not aware. Go ahead, Mr. President. Good morning.
I only found out about that yesterday on a clip I see James did, because he covered that same story. That's when I realized I didn't even know Jamaica even refine oil. But it's interesting with Guyana and Trinidad Petrotrim. So one question, and with Grenada finding oil also, is whether or not we could have a system whereby we collaborate even more now.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And James mentioned that on his show yesterday, where we could utilize these facilities that we have here to the benefit of all.
Mm-hmm.
So they're probably having all the stuff shipped out to be refined, etc. Maybe we could have a central refinery in the Caribbean that helps deals with all the oil and keep as much of the money in the region as possible.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I didn't know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we're learning, and it's good when these opportunities abound. But when I reposted the short on YouTube, my question is, how will the Jamaican citizens benefit? Are we going to see infrastructural improvements? Because I'm not saying right now dole out any money to citizens. Let us take care of the infrastructure. How will education be impacted? How will healthcare be impacted? Go right ahead.
Question, moment. Who owned the refinery in Jamaica? Is it government owned or is
That's
it
a good
private?
question. No, let's pull that up.
Because if it's privately owned, all the stuff you're saying there is just a term.
Petrojam, Jamaica. All right, let's see who owns Petrojam in Jamaica. Petrojam is a limited liability company and is Jamaica's only petroleum refinery. Petrojam Limited is 100% owned by the government of Jamaica. Petrojam supplies a full range of domestic transportation and industrial petroleum products. So, there you go, Mr. President. What should we expect?
So how that is one of the best kept secrets? Because when Petrotrim, I guess maybe they've been trying to negotiate for the last 10 years. But you see, when we talk about the collaborations that could exist in the Caribbean to benefit all, because if you're going to increase their capacity, and even work with expertise and stuff to even help develop, bring back Trinidad on stream, some kind of branch in Guyana, however we work it out. But essentially to try to keep a lot of the processing in the region. And as such, we sell our own finished products. So we process it in the region, and instead of the region, which has serious foreign exchange issues, etc., now we could trade all in our local currencies in that little part of the hemisphere and take advantage of our transportation costs and all the other stuff, which could be a net benefit to the region. But we have to start to think collaboratively.
Yeah, I agree. There a lot of opportunities can come out of this. And as you said something, hold on. I see the emoji, the thinking emoji. Adesoji, go ahead.
I don't quite get the part where is Ghana selling the oil to Jamaica and then Jamaica is refining and
Trinidad.
Sorry, Trinidad, rather.
Yeah. Isn't that what happened to Nigeria where the oil?
No, because again, that's the thing. If you know what has happened before, why would you make the same mistakes all over again? Anyone who studies petroleum politics will know when you get a barrel of crude oil, you have basically 22 byproducts. So why would you sell it at $100 to then spend $2,000 to buy back what you need? You can get aviation fuel, you can get diesel, you can get the tar for your roads, you could get plastic, you could get kerosene, which people call paraffin. A whole raft of products, even petroleum, the gas that you put in your cars, a whole raft of them. So why would you sell that to go and, it doesn't make sense. Rather, the idea should have been, listen, we'll have a swap deal. For every barrel of oil we give you, the price that we'll pay you would be half of that barrel, but we'll get the half back with whatever it comes back with. So do you understand what I'm saying now? So it's almost like 50-50, a split.
I'm not sure if Jamaica is getting the oil from Trinidad currently, though. They didn't mention it, but the thing is, the question
she said it. The oil is coming there from Trinidad.
Okay, but the question you have to ask is, why did Petrotrin
go
out of business?
Okay, so I'm glad you asked that because I pulled it up. I jumped onto Google and I pulled it up. I asked the question. All right, so Trinidad's Petrotrin refinery was shut down in 2018 due to financial losses and low productivity. The refinery was broken up into 4 companies, including Guaracara Refining Company, which now holds the refinery. So what happened to Petrotrin? Let's dig a little deeper. Financial losses. Petrotrin lost billions of dollars, and the government was on the hook for billions more in debt. Low productivity. The refinery's capacity utilization fell from 88% to 58% in the decade before it closed. Oil imports. Oil imports from other countries increased during this time. Government intervention. The government dissolved Petrotrin and transferred its assets to new companies. The government's decision to mothball the facility was driven by the concern that it was a loss-making entity which threatened to bankrupt the company. Now I have a question. How could something as lucrative as that become a loss-making entity. How?
Corruption,
That's what it sounds
embezzlement,
like
and
to
all this
me.
stuff like that. So somebody was negligent. A lot of people was negligent because you telling me you could not run your own facility right there in Trinidad, but you could export the crude, the raw crude, and import a finished product from Jamaica or from anywhere else, and that is more cost effective. Low productivity. Why you had such low productivity if you have the oil right there?
Exactly. That part
I
not
mean,
making
I think that was
sense.
a. I think it was a big investigation, but I don't know, something in right. Maybe we have to study. This is something, a case study we have to look at what's going on with oil in the Caribbean, the nitty gritties. Because even with Guyana now providing all this, producing all this millions of barrels overnight, and it's so quick. It's not so quick. They already knew the oil was there, and they put things in place. So when they signed the contracts, you remember every day they was finding a new well after the contract signed. I would have canceled the whole contract. You're telling me you're finding a well every day, but you didn't know the well was there before? Come on, something in right here.
We'll soon find out. We'll soon find out. We head on over to Haiti for our next article. And that one, let me close out Ghana. All right, Haiti. Haiti leader says long awaited general elections have been penned for November. Article dated January 29 and can be found on AOL.com. And the article is courtesy of Reuters. Haiti's Transitional Council President Leslie Voltaire said in an interview on Wednesday that a date for the Caribbean nation's long awaited general elections has been fixed for around November 15 this year. Haiti has lacked elected representatives since January 2023 and has not held elections since 2016. The country's capital is almost entirely controlled by armed gangs, and leaders have said security must first be established to hold a free and fair vote. We must pass on power to a legitimate elected government on February 7, 2026, Voltaire told TV5 Monday, referring to a constitutional limit that has been repeatedly sidestepped as governments cited the difficulty of holding elections under a worsening security crisis. As we know, as has been stated several times in several articles, over 1 million Haitians have been internally displaced due to the conflict, and around half the population, over 5 million, are going hungry as broadly allied armed gangs make territorial gains around the capital and in key agricultural areas, forcing key ports to repeatedly shut their operations. All right, so why is it we have to wait? Why are they waiting until November? Who are the persons, the candidates? Can we have an idea? The selection, who is behind the selection? I may ask too much question. Is this person going to be elected by the people, for the people, to serve the people? Or is there going to be external interference? I'm just wondering. Because if we continue to have external interference, as we have stated here several times, we're going to continue to see unrest in Haiti. That's all. Anybody want to add nothing? And before we move on, I think we have beaten a dead horse as far as Haiti is concerned. And until the people them come out of the people them country, we're not going to see much change. All right, Jamaica, you're up. According to JamaicaGleaner.com, the plant quarantine produce inspection unit is encouraging Jamaicans to be vigilant when traveling to prevent the possibility of bringing pests into the island. Pests such as the medfly and tomato leaf miner can devastate the agriculture sector if they enter Jamaica. Identifier or entomologist at the PQPI unit in Kingston, Karen Bennett Christie, says unauthorized importation of fruits and vegetables creates a risk for pests being brought in. So this is an appeal to persons when you go abroad. Eat everything that you want to eat and leave it there. Do not take any fruits and vegetables from any country and bring it into Jamaica, because a lot of times you don't know what is in there. Christie told JIS News that while persons recognizing an infestation in their produce will instinctively discard it, this can result in the spread of the pest. So, persons who are seeking to bring produce into the country, you need to get a permit from the PQPI, and not just fruits and vegetables, but also plants. If you want to bring plants, get a permit. All right. Once you get your permit, the country that you're going to will issue the relevant documents and do the appropriate inspections of the agricultural produce to ensure that it is safe. Unless you have done that, we are begging you, please do not bring any fruits, vegetables, seeds, or plants to Jamaica. The PQPI unit is Jamaica's first line of defense against the introduction of exotic pests and diseases. All right? So let us protect our little island, the little agriculture that we have left there. Go ahead, Mr. President. Go right ahead.
Just a quick reminder on that. Somebody brought in the mealybug into Grenada a couple of years ago, and it caused millions of dollars in destruction, disrupt the local agriculture ecosystem. And I think they probably still, I'm not sure if it's still dealing with it, but the recovery was very long. Acres and acres of produce and so was severely affected. So people have to realize when you introduce a new pest, it can have devastating impact on the environment.
And we have to think about our farmers. They face enough when they talk about climate change already. Don't give them more than them can bear. All right. Okay, next up, we're still in Jamaica. According to the JamaicaGleaner.com, the government is allocating $315 million for repairs to the most vulnerable households. Hold on. How long ago was burial? Anyway, stick to this. Stay on track. Stay on track. The government is allocating $315 million for repairs to the most vulnerable households that were impacted by unusual weather patterns between July and December last year. Each constituency will receive $5 million. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness made the disclosure during a statement to the House of Representatives on Tuesday. While the amounts to be recommended for the beneficiary are at the discretion of the Member of Parliament, the MP, grants should be within the range of $70,000 to $100,000 to make meaningful improvements to roofs, windows, and sideboarding to ensure that more Jamaican shelters can withstand the next heavy rainfall, tropical depression, or hurricane, Mr. Holness said. Persons who are already beneficiaries of the Hurricane Relief Grant will not be able to benefit from this allocation, and we'll be checking to ensure that there are no duplications of allocation across the program. So, I think you'll be happy they're going to have stringent measures in place so that the money not going to leak out and people get twice. All right. So, the Prime Minister has urged all MPs to work closely with their constituents to identify those households that are most in need of assistance. He said it is essential that focus be placed on the most vulnerable, particularly those who cannot afford to do the repairs. It is crucial that this program is effective and impactful, ensuring the long-term resilience of our shelters, particularly roofs. Mr. Holness pointed out that one challenge that has been encountered in the past with such programs has been the inability of MPs to identify registered hardware stores in their constituencies that have the capacity to provide the items needed for repairs and are also in close proximity to the households in need. He said this has often resulted in higher transportation costs and delays. I'm gonna pump the brakes right there, so. What can 70 to $100,000? Alexia, you're on the ground there in Jamaica. Let me know. What can 70 to 100,000 Jamaican dollars do in terms of infrastructure, having a secure building in place when you talk about the elements, in particular tropical depressions or heavy rainfall?
Look here.
Talk to me, Alexia. Talk to
Here,
me.
you ever ask me someone sitting while go draw me out for live
No,
here?
we're not drawing you out. We're going to be, because me and you know, so you got a good school. And me and you know, say, you got one of the top school in Jamaica. Me and you know, so you know, if you articulate yourself. But talk to me, Alexia.
What you said, $100,000?
70 to $100,000.
That is just to ask the guy to come and dig the pit in the yard.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because we don't do septic system. We have pit, so no backup. So we don't 100,000 part. What? Couple bag of cement, maybe. You know. That listen to me.
Will that cover? Alexia? Will that cover the workmanship?
Which what? they charge you the laborers charge you by per I think 50 or 100 block per day, you know. So what are you talking about?
Because I ask.
You know how much a ton for steel?
Because I ask.
You know how much a yard for sandstone and then something there? $100,000 where? Where you do it $100,000? Like a delivery fee. Where you do it? Huh?
They say something better than nothing.
Yeah, me I say no. Move on with the article.
But you said that's an insult? At least this is, come on now, we're going to be grateful, right? Because how much is this? 315 million out of 3 trillion, right?
Yes, you know, you can't use on $70,000 bill one good fall payment.
Can I? But Alexia, I'm not going to tell a lie. I'm going to be very honest, folks. It is easy to blow $100,000 in one day in Jamaica.
Moments. I went to the supermarket over the weekend. I'm not afraid to start this here. And me not try to make my country look bad, but real is real. I bought a case of tissue, a gallon of bleach, 3 pack of soap. May I miss nothing else? 2 juice, 1 true juice and 1 cranberry water. I miss nothing else. I want Sovitel, 1 liter of Sovitel conditioner, clothes conditioner. You know what I mean that word. And a $8,000 fee. Leave me alone. When the Chinese man say $8,000, me say Mr. Chine too like show me screen. Me feel like put back everything. Me tell me cousin say we have to go know how to start process our banana leaf. We use a toilet paper card. This not gonna work. It not gonna work. First time when people are saying barrel, listen, I put no toilet paper in it because we about here. We need toilet paper. We turn Venezuela now. We need toilet paper. You understand? And we go start at the Irish Spring soap because
the same Irish Spring that you don't want.
It a get hard. Whatever we used to reject, we'll start take it now because it a get hard. All right? That's all me say.
I said I'm gonna put in a tail between the legs and take one I can get, right? On a better take one I can get because very soon there's nothing to get. We have been hit with 25% tariffs from Canada for goods coming in from Canada and Mexico, and 10% so far on goods coming from China and the European Union. They're up next to get hit with tariffs. So we're tariff everything. Right now, a dozen eggs in the US, and I'm being very serious, my folks in Jamaica. What are we gonna do? Give me a chance to breathe up here. Don't call nobody in America. Everybody up here have it rough right there now. Especially those who are in the northeast and northern states who are under threat of losing electricity. Yeah, the thing add up here. 1 dozen eggs in the supermarket this weekend, and I'm not lying, $13. 1 dozen. The cheapest you could find, half a dozen for And half a dozen can do nothing enough for our house because it's 6 hours at a 1 egg per person. And then that's it for the week.
Is that white egg or brown egg?
Brown eggs. Me not eat white egg.
And
Brown
what
egg.
size?
Me not even them claim say a large, but right now me not watch the size.
Wow.
And that's over there.
I thought what I spent this weekend was crazy because the lowest one I was able to find for brown eggs was like $5 and change.
For how much? A dozen?
A dozen.
Was that the free range organic grass fed?
Yeah.
The good up egg?
Yeah.
Why? All right, do me a favor, buy some and ship to me over here in Florida.
That was a sale. I'm gonna have to stop buying organic free range because those are the last time I saw it was like $9 or something like that.
So I do not buy the regular eggs anymore. I remember, and I'm gonna put the name of the company in the chat on Fanbase. This company, my son number 2 purchased some eggs from this company, and when he fried the egg, no, I fried the egg. Sorry, I fried 2 eggs. I'm gonna say, hold on there. How does something feel so in my mouth? So me look at it. So I had to remove it from my mouth. So I'm looking at the egg. It was plastic. The white part, it was plastic. You could literally stretch it. And I'm not lying. It was, you hear these stories and you're like, huh?
What kind of fracadackle is that?
My son came into the kitchen at the same time. And I was like, babe, please, not buy, not carry them, come back to the house. Please don't. And when I showed it to him, he was in disbelief. You could literally stretch it. You know those videos that they show you about the fake cabbage?
Yes.
Okay. And the fake cheese? Well, that was the egg.
I got an egg in my thing this weekend. This egg was so large, okay? I thought it was it was large because it reminded me of like a goose egg or something like that. And when I cracked it, it had 2 yolks in it.
20.
I've never had an egg like that, but I knew something was different because the egg was big. It was bigger than a jumbo egg. I was kind of shocked. You know what? Is that why I'm sick? That I'm thinking about it?
How long ago did you have the egg, Jack? You got sick last week.
Yeah, it was Thursday or Friday when I had that egg, and that's when I started feeling sick.
Careful.
Gotta think about that now.
Careful. Yep. AT, smuggle me some eggs, please, and thank you. Oh, AT. Okay. Yeah. That's what I deal with. So I don't know what the 100,000. It can probably patch some holes here and there. Yeah. The funny thing, I'm seeing AT comment in the chat on Fanbase, but I'm not seeing AT in the space at all. So I don't know what's going on. Fanbase.
I see him there, but Moments, you can get you chickens. Y'all can have chickens in Miami.
No, we can't have chickens in our
Y'all
yard.
can't have chickens in Miami?
Not where we live. Yeah.
I can have chickens in Texas where I live.
So it's so funny because where we live, there's a house on the other street that backs up to us, a couple of houses down. Her daughter was a veterinarian student at the time and had a goat. She had to remove the goat. She couldn't keep the goat. She had to get rid of it. No animals are allowed beyond dogs where we are. Yeah.
You're gonna have to go to the chicken farm and get chicken.
Yeah. I have a whole stack of cartons.
I
have a whole stack of cartons that I say I'm gonna carry to a chicken farm. I haven't done it yet. I need to look up to see because the farmlands are not too far from where we are. So I'm gonna do that. Yeah. That's how I go. And hopefully we can get good egg. I don't want no egg from no fowl or cage up. No. Not here. Yeah, so back to this article. Despite distributing more than 14,000 barrel recovery grants, there are many other households across Jamaica that were impacted by heavy rainfall between July and December. What I can say to the recipients of the $70,000 to $100,000, depending on what the how grave your situation is, do the best you can. Them say you have to stay on crooked and cut straight. Make the best of it. Whatever you can do yourself, do it yourself. This is where communities will have to come together and help each other. This is where somebody run a boat on a Saturday. Wanna use the weekend because we know Monday to Friday everybody have to work. So on a Saturday and a Sunday, somebody run a boat, do some curry, chicken, boiled dumpling, boiled banana, yam, whatever, food stuff, some cook up a white rice, come together and help each other. And I think that is how the money will stretch, right? If somebody is willing to go pick up 2 bags of cement for somebody, pick up a couple block and thing, a son have to go do it. We're not going to have to move as a unit for the money to stretch. All right? Because $100,000 can't pay nobody. Delivery fee are probably more than that, depending on how far this goods coming from, depending on where the hardware store is located. Also, depending on the cost of the goods. So I don't know. But all we can say is there's something better than nothing. So we take what we can get till we get what we want. Amnesty International says Jamaican farm workers are facing racial abuse, exploitation in Canada. Then just I finished the report. How long ago did we have the deaths at up there in Canada? How long ago was it when we had a couple farm workers who lost their lives there? But anyway, let's go ahead and get into this article. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, a Canadian employer involved in the Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program is accused of using racial slurs to intimidate workers, including telling Jamaican employees to go back to the trees where you come from. This is just one of several documented human rights abuses highlighted in an Amnesty International report that was released recently. The research, which involved 44 migrant workers from 14 countries between February 2023 and June 2024, revealed widespread exploitation and poor conditions within the Temporary Foreign Workers Program. This is a program that annually brings thousands of Jamaican workers to Canada. The report exposed multiple cases of unsafe working environments and other serious human rights violations. In 2022, the Jamaican government sent a fact-finding team to assess the conditions within the Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program, part of the broader Temporary Foreign Workers Program. Over the course of 2 weeks, the team visited 70 farms and conducted random sampling to evaluate conditions. The resulting report found that most Jamaican workers were generally satisfied with their living and working environments. However, one Jamaican worker who participated in the SAWP shared troubling evidence with Amnesty International, including photos of filthy, stained toilets, food cabinets infested with cockroaches, and sticky traps filled with dead insects. Other workers reported being denied food breaks, forced to work without days off, and having limited access to adequate food, water, or sanitation facilities. One worker shared a disturbing account of how his Jamaican colleague was publicly humiliated by their employer after attempting to take a scheduled break. Despite the employer repeatedly shortening their break times, the worker was sprayed with a water hose when he tried to rest, soaking him and causing significant mental distress. Another worker recounted being exposed to unknown chemicals without proper safety equipment, leading to serious illness. We spoke about this, we spoke about them very things. But anyway, let me keep it going. The Amnesty International report condemned Canada's Temporary Foreign Workers Program, stating that the country's migration policies are designed in a way that inherently increases the risk of exploitation and abuse for racialized workers, violating international human rights obligations. The report specifically pointed to the TFWP's tied visa system, which ties workers' visas rather to a single employer. This system places workers in a vulnerable position as their immigration status and work conditions are under the control of one employer. Although Canadian regulations are meant to provide migrant workers with rights and protections equal to those of Canadian workers, those on tied visas often find themselves unable to access these rights due to their dependence on a single employer. The report also emphasized how tied visas make migrants heavily reliant on their employers for basic rights, such as access to fair working conditions, housing, healthcare, and social security. Many workers live in employer provided accommodation, meaning that if they are dismissed, they could be left homeless. They also depend on their employer to secure health insurance and transportation to medical care. Additionally, these workers rely on their employer to maintain legal status in Canada and access social benefits. The report further revealed that many workers face the risk of having their contracts terminated and being quickly repatriated if they fall ill, suffer an injury, or develop an occupational disease, as they are often deemed unfit for the job. Raising complaints about working conditions or abuse can lead to contract termination, loss of legal status, and in many cases, forced departure from Canada. Ah, boy. So in the chat, Prof says, but still there are many good ones. This issue with farm workers has been going on for a few years now. Yes. Yes, of course. We're going to have good and you're going to have bad. We have to highlight the bad ones so that they can fix their issues. There has to be some penalty system put in place. They have to be held accountable for their actions. You cannot treat people because they're coming from a developing nation, coming there to do better so that they can improve their lives and the lives of their family members and communities and country by and large. It is not fair to treat them inhumanely. But this has been going on. We have had several reports. And I remember when hold on a second, Justin. So the president has agreed to pause tariffs on Mexico, but import taxes still in place for Canada and China. I guess we'll soon get into that, folks. We'll get to that one later on. We'll get to that one later on. But yeah, I remember, if and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Was it, who is it? Colonel Charles Jr., if I'm not mistaken. Whatever. The team went to Canada and they said they didn't see any issues. So who did this thing? Who did the thing again? Hold on, let me back up here. So is it that now they had people go undercover as workers, which is what we had suggested. If you remember the conversations, I said what we need to do is have people go undercover, because if you make an announcement that they're coming, of course things are going to be good. You know, you're going to shine up and clean up and thing. Just like when you have guests coming to your house, you make sure everything is in order. So I wonder if that is what they did. Had people go undercover, and these are the people who are actually talking about the troubling situation. Just wondering. Now that we have this information, how do we move forward? What are the conversations that are going to be had with the TFWP, the SAWP, the farms involved, the Ministry of Labor. And not just Jamaica, because I'm sure there are other nationals of other countries that probably experience the same problem.
I mean, in cases like that, the Jamaica delegation could not really detect anything unless you happen to go on a bad farm, and if the farms know you're coming, they will prepare for you. Secondly, there would always be bad actors, especially in these kind of programs. So what you have to do is to reprimand the bad actors when you find them, put things in place as much as possible to monitor it, encourage whistleblowing and protecting the identity and stuff of the whistleblowers so as to not cause harm to them. But you could only do that to try to mitigate against these bad actors, because if the vast majority of people are following the rules, you can brand them based on a few people that. But when you find a bad actor, you rescind whatever privilege they have and let them find a way to fail, to do what they have to do.
That's
But
what
Mr. President,
yeah.
I don't think it's a few, because in 2022, the Jamaican farm workers filed a lawsuit against what they call the overtly racist system in Canada, where they worked almost like slaves, and they were putting a lot of them in one like a single room or whatever, and they weren't even paid EI properly, so it's pretty rough for some of them here. Yeah, so they filed a lawsuit in 2022. I'm not sure where it went to though, but yeah, it's a known issue. And the government doesn't protect them too much either.
Which government? The Canadian government?
The Canadian government, yeah. So they filed a lawsuit against the EI system in Canada because apparently they weren't even when they get laid off weren't due for EI, which they should be because they're paying taxes, right? So yeah.
But if that's the case, the onus now lies on the Jamaican government to put diplomatic pressure on Canada to clean it up or to remove the program.
Actually, I did believe a Jamaican minister did come to Canada to speak about it, but also I'm not sure where that went as well, because it's a big issue.
An issue that needs to be rectified, because clearly the Canadians are not going to do the job, right? So if you're relying on overseas employees, come on, do the right thing. Because we know they're not getting fair market rate for pay. We know that. The least you can do is give them livable conditions. But when we talk about livable conditions, I have a question to ask. When them talk about the filthy stain, the toilets, food, them not keep the place clean. The people. So who is supposed to keep the place, the hostels clean? Who is responsible for cleaning the living, the where me sleep? I'm supposed to, no me have to keep them and live clean.
They can, but moments they can't leave the farm without getting driven by the employer, and these farms are out in remote areas, far from the town, so the people know the place as well. So it's up to the employer, I guess, to provide them goods. They probably don't. And also, the places are overcrowded.
Wow. So then the owners of these farms need to situate that these people have cleaning agents, have the necessaries, so they can have a livable environment. No.
But remember, it's not Canadian. It's black people from different countries that care. And if the government doesn't put stuff in them, they don't care.
Oh Lord, have mercy. I saw it go. Anywhere we turn Makajukwe. Wow. All right. Okay, next up, WIP CEO urges unified approach to address Caribbean's energy challenges. This article courtesy of JamaicaObserver.com. Charles Chambers, CEO of West Indies Petroleum Limited, WIP, has sounded the alarm on the Caribbean's escalating energy crisis, calling for a unified regional strategy to tackle crippling energy costs, which he described as suffocating economic growth. Speaking at the Jamaica Stock Exchange Regional Investments and Capital Markets Conference 2025, which was held at the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel last week, Chambers highlighted the stark disparity in energy costs between Jamaica and other regions. emphasizing the urgent need to address inefficient infrastructure, punitive tax structures, and fragmented energy distribution. Our energy cost is suffocating economic growth. We need a comprehensive, deliberate, collaborative, and decisive public private partnership approach to energy infrastructure. He advocated for tax incentives to attract investments, support local companies, and foster regional collaboration to address inefficiencies with high costs. The cost of energy fundamentally shapes how resources are deployed across the Caribbean economies. It drives investment decisions, influences infrastructure development, and ultimately determines the very lives that we lead, Chambers said. Citing Jamaica as an example, the executive shared that Jamaicans pay US $6 per gallon for fuel compared to US $2.50 in the United States, while electricity costs in Jamaica are 49 US cents per kilowatt hours versus 4 US cents in Houston. These aren't just numbers. They represent a fundamental barrier to our region's competitiveness and our people's prosperity. Currently, fuel carries a 60%, yes, you heard me correctly, 60% tax burden that is passed on directly to consumers. This isn't just about fuel at the pump. It cascades through our entire economy, affecting food prices, transportation, manufacturing, and the basic cost of living for every Jamaican. He called for the government to create the infrastructure that will allow players in the energy market to deliver fuel at the cheapest possible costs to consumers by creating deep water ports for large fuel ships to dock. We have inherited and continue to use infrastructure that was not designed for today's Jamaica. This ad hoc approach to energy infrastructure has left us with systems that drive up cost rather than create efficiencies. Reducing the Caribbean's energy bill requires a broader approach. The deployment of resources must be coordinated regionally to achieve maximum efficiency. Oh boy, I don't know. Who owned Jamaica Public Service again? We spoke about that several times. It is 80% foreign owned. Mhm. And being 80% foreign owned, that creates a problem. No, sir. Mhm.
A comprehensive approach to problem solving in the Caribbean is a broken record. I mean, to me, it is clear that to be as efficient as we ought to be, we have to have a comprehensive approach, not just to energy, but many things. But we are in a region that is so a few of us has. We just lack the, I don't know if it's the intestinal fortitude to make the tough decisions. I don't know if we still caught up with the colonial polarization of each other and all the nonsense. I don't understand how it is we cannot realize that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And we continue to operate in the Caribbean as the individual parts. We must come together. We have so much in common. Matter of fact, we have more in common than any other region, I think, culturally and otherwise. So I don't understand, man. We talk about that too many times already. Moments we're not hearing you.
She probably got kicked out. It happened earlier.
Shoot, Mama's probably have to come back in.
I'm here. I am here. I had to step out. I thought y'all saw the thing. I put it up on what you call
My eyes was
YouTube.
closed.
I'll put it up on YouTube. I'll be right back. Okay, thank you. Thank you for carrying the conversation. Are we done with this one, Mr. President? I know you were
Yeah, man, we're
talking
done with
about
that. We speak about that too much times, man. I don't understand what it takes for Caribbean leaders to realize we have to come together.
them like to talk, meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting.
We have to start to make it illegal to have meetings.
Yeah.
Or you know what we're gonna do? Whenever we have meetings, make it only virtual. So nobody's traveling to no hotel, nobody's taking no entourage nowhere, nobody's getting on no plane to go nowhere. All meetings will be virtual. We provide a multimedia system for every ministry or whatever.
I agree.
And you're not going to no conference, you just meet in your office. That's it. Let's see if that changed something.
Good point. I like that idea.
And you also have to make sure that at the end of the meeting, you have an action plan for the next meeting. Something has to be done, not come back together and just talk about the same thing over and over again.
Exactly. What has been so when you meet up, that action plan, right? We should be able to give an account. What has been accomplished? Yeah, I agree.
But on the most simplest level, right? You realize that when you hear information coming out of the Caribbean, you know who holds those information? The IMF, the World Bank, the UN, and all these international agencies. They own the data on us. The Caribbean do not have a central repository where we can store our information, where we can retrieve our information. We all depend on these reports that is done by these international agencies who fund those reports. But they're not doing those reports because they like us and they like our development. Look how we've been talking about small island developing states forever and the challenges they face with climate condition and stuff like that. You would find Trinidad have a system that is working that Jamaica does not know about or is not implemented in Jamaica. You find issues like movement of like money for small and regional businesses, where the exchange of money it is so difficult at times, even amongst the island. And forget about those coming from the US and so on, because everything is about money laundering. You understand? So you try to send $1,000, you're laundering money. Meanwhile, the people that are filling these systems are the people at the bottom of the scale, the small mom and pop businesses who is trying to do some stuff. Why can't we have collaborative effort? Do the review on our own at a ministerial level or at a special organization, special body that is formed. And when we find the solutions, we replicate them one after the other, because there are solutions in pockets. Why don't we have a Caribbean central market? It doesn't have to be a physical location. It could be just an online system where we buy and sell goods, where we trade, where we deal with, we trade within the regions. Why can't we have stuff like that? Why can't we have a Caribbean airline that is financed by the Caribbean countries on a pro rata basis to ensure that we have effective travel at an that is cost effective throughout the region? Because right now it is so difficult to travel within the region. It is cheaper. There are cases you want to go to St. Kitts from Barbados, right? And if you go to Miami and then come back to St. Kitts. But it is difficult for a commercial energy company to operate within the region because it's small. We don't have the volume and stuff like that. But if we subsidize it and we see it as a public good, then regional tourism, which is very regional travel and tourism, production, etc., which contribute so massively to us, would grow 10, 15 folds. And as such, it will make the entire region more vibrant. But these are the kind of conversations we had to have. Maybe we have to go back to the federation. Maybe we have to look at the federation again, have a central currency like how we have the EC dollar that has been successful, as opposed to Jamaica have theirs, Guyana have theirs. And you know how it is, Barbados have a regional currency where we could trade, where it is pegged to every island, so the fluctuation is not as bad if you have a disaster or so on.
So I just lost fan base again. Mr. Hayes, Isaac Hayes, we need some work done. All right, just got kicked out again. I do apologize for that. We really need to get through to Mr. Hayes, because it's not an internet issue, because we fix our end of the issue. But this kicking out, it's taking away from the quality of the production, Mr. Hayes, really.
Yeah, Adesoji was about to talk to when you finish.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Go right ahead, Adesoji.
If I didn't know any better, I would think Mr. President here is a socialist.
You would think he's a what?
He's a socialist.
Why?
Socialist.
He's thinking about, people working together. Where is the competition in that? How is that progress? You're supposed, greed is good. Greed is good. Greed is good. Embrace greed.
Only some people must fat and belly swell.
Now you're talking. Come on, we're in the new age. Greed is good.
Away with you, Mr. President, for wanting everybody to progress. No, we don't do that here.
That's exactly what I was thinking when he said it. It sounds good, but that goes against everybody is fighting for that green. And everybody, only one or two people want to be on top. That's the real story.
Yeah. You said they should meet virtually. They should have, come on. You mean you don't want to meet in person, press flesh, look into their eyes.
Tell me what you see.
Exactly. Get a deal signed, get a few dollars, play golf on the hotel golf course. Come on, man,
Adesoji, as you're saying all of that, yesterday, sitting outside, having a conversation, and I said to Marlon, I said, that everybody in this world can live a good life. 8 billion of us in this world, we can all have decent housing. We can all benefit. Everything we need, God gave to us. Everything we need. But this thing called greed is what has created a disparity. This thing called greed is what has created inequality. This thing called greed is what has created classism. We are operating in dysfunction. I am waiting to see which billionaire can get up and say, you know what? Okay, let's stop this now. We have enough. Let us put the profits back to at least the employees. Let us lower our prices, because we have 200 and something billion dollars. That's more than enough for me to live off of, for my family to live off of, even up to my third generation to live off of.
I mean, you raise a very beautiful
utopianistic idea.
No, it's not utopianistic. I just want us to think about something. If there was a monkey somewhere, and the monkey had 20 bunches of bananas,
we'd call him greedy.
Exactly. Now, here's a human being, has not one, not two, not three, not four, but $300 billion.
And want more.
And still wants more. And in fact, the clapping seals on the side will cheer him on.
The poor people.
Yeah, they will cheer him on. Forgetting the fact that somebody raised a very, very poignant made a very poignant point on MSNBC a couple of weeks ago. He said, after your first 1 million, the 2 million, 3 million, do you know money no longer has value? Seriously.
That's where I heard it from. I was just thinking that this weekend I was watching something, and that's exactly what they said.
Yeah. Do you know money no longer has value? It's like, what else beyond that point, what else are you going to buy? You've got the clothes you need to wear, you've got a car, your house is paid for. What else do you need the money for? What?
We need it.
There is nowhere in the world that you want to go for a holiday that reasonably you need $1 million. What do you need $1 million for? You don't.
I need $1 million so all of us can go on a world tour.
Oh God.
So all of us, we can rent a private jet and it's all expense paid. We all just go on a world tour. Go ahead, Mr. President.
It's about power.
That's what it is.
Power. It's not about money. But my thing is, even when you're because my thing, even if you did nefarious things or greedy or however you get it, when you get to $1 or $2 billion, right? Why are you trying to get to $5 billion? You can't even spend the 2 or 3 billion you have already. And it's not the fact that nobody's against you getting there. But why do you think you have to disenfranchise other people?
That part.
And a large amount of people to be able to get extra money that is of no value to you in the whole scheme of things. Why? Pay people well, make your millions, nobody cares, but at least people can take care of their families. People would have good health care. People would have good working conditions. And it does not cost you so much to do that. Just a small fraction of the amount you're making. I don't understand how it's so difficult.
You know what gets me, Mr. President? When CEOs will send out letters or have company meetings, brag about the revenue generated and how exponential and how they exceeded targets, and in the same breath tell you about the restrictions that they have to impose, the costs that they have to cut. And usually every December, what happens every December in companies? We lay off people. We lay people off as a cost-saving measure. And at the same time, we go and brag about how much we were able to generate in revenue. And at the same time, the CEOs, we have access to see how much more they made that year, while telling people, the same employees who contributed significantly to their success, telling them that they cannot afford to give them more than 25 cents an hour raise. $1 if it good measure. They put you on a system where you have to get so many points in your annual evaluation to qualify from 1 to 5% overall salary increase. What can go so? That makes sense? $0.25 an hour increase while they pocket millions and billions, which they could only do because of the employees. We need each other. I can have a great idea, but that idea is not going to go anywhere. You know why? Because I don't have the expertise around me. And even if I had all the expertise, I only have 2 hands. And I can only go so far. Why am I afraid to share? Why? Why are we so afraid of all of us doing well and moving together? What is the hindrance? What is causing us to be? I am going to sit down and say, okay, yes, RoSolo, I want you to do good, but if RoSolo ever make $1 more than me, I'm going to find a way to sabotage her. What's wrong with us as human beings? And it's all around the world. I must climb on the backs of others and make it. and nobody else is supposed to come up. I need to keep you needing me. We need each other. But you know what? I'm being utopianistic, as Mr. President would call me, in my ideas and my thoughts. But them have a saying in Jamaica, craven choke puppy. And as you just pointed out, Adesoji, if we see a monkey with 12 bunches, not a hand of banana, not 12 hands of banana, but we see them with 12 bunches of banana, and them sit down around it, and them stave off every other monkey that come to try to get one. We, the multi-millionaires, multi-billionaires, almost trillionaires, would be like, oh my gosh, what savage behavior, what kind of wild animal behavior is that? But yet we don't realize we're doing the same thing.
But then they'll go back and say, okay, how can I get some more bunches of bananas too?
Yes. Yes. Them want the whole damn farm. Them alone for sit down and eat on the farm. They would rather it spoil than share. That's who we are as human beings.
Not that they would rather, they do make sure it spoils. The United States does it in order to keep the price of certain goods, essentially rice and corn. They empty surplus into the Pacific Ocean in California. They do it every year. Every year.
Such a sad state. We need to
What you talking about, Willis?
We need to check ourselves as humans. All right, time for our final story in the Caribbean corner, and then we have stories out of Latin America and on the international scene. Remittances to SVG will continue despite anticipated deportations. Article courtesy of stvincenttimes.com. Thank you to everyone joining us here in Fanbase. Thank you to everyone listening online. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube Live. Welcome to Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. The remittances are going to continue from the United States, so says St. Vincent's Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves while speaking on NBC Radio on Wednesday. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, along with other Caribbean nations, are preparing for the impending deportations from the United States, which will not only see individuals convicted of criminal offenses, but also those residing in North America returning without the necessary documentation. Gonsalves said most Vincentians in the United States have their status. Most people, they are either citizens, hold a green card, or are legitimately present in the United States in one way or another. They will continue to send remittances home to their families. Many of them will also strive to build a home here for their retirement. And it is the same for those in Canada and Britain. Therefore, I do not anticipate that the remittance issue will impact us. As we know, for many years, remittances has served as an essential foundation for Caribbean economies, acting as a vital support for the most disadvantaged, families, and significantly enhancing the financial stability of the region's middle classes. In 2024, the region garnered US $18.4 billion in remittances, reflecting a 2% increase akin to the growth noted in 2023. In 2023, St. Vincent garnered 71.4 million US dollars, reflecting a decrease from the 88.63 million US dollars recorded in 2022. Now, I'll have you know, you can't be lazy. I know lazy people come up with their money have to send back to them countries. I'll have you know, most of this money that goes back to the Caribbean and a high income earners are send it back. I'll just have you know. Never behave myself. Let me behave myself. But it is a fact. if immigrants, documented or undocumented, were lazy, where would they come up with this money to send back to their homes? Where? Many of them doing the jobs that nobody else wants to do. But as we say, we don't come here for cow, we come to milk the cow. Do what we can so that we can take care of ourselves and our families. I also reposted this as a short on Coffee in Toes YouTube channel, something that Mr. Holness said with regard to Jamaicans being deported, those who are self-deporting, and those who are being deported by the system. Let me just go ahead and play it real quick. Where are you, Mr. Dr. Holness?
We're living in profoundly changing times. There are many Jamaicans who will be concerned about the change in immigration policies in the United States. There are many Jamaicans, of course, who live in the United States. I would want to reassure Jamaicans that your government has long been planning and putting in place measures to address any changes in policies in the United States. Firstly, let me say that Jamaica is the homeland. So Jamaicans all over the world will always be welcome back to your homeland. And we are prepared to receive all our hardworking Jamaicans who have been in the United States or wherever they may have gone for economic benefits. Jamaica has always been, since its colonial days to now, a net supplier of talent to the world. It may be a good thing to have some of our Jamaican talent return to our shores to help us to build our country. There are many Jamaicans now who are feeling uncertain in the United States and who are considering returning on their own to avoid the indignity of being deported. And we welcome you back to Jamaica. We want your talent. We want your resources. There are many opportunities in Jamaica that together we can take advantage of and build the country that we would want. But let me be clear that for those Jamaicans who intend to come back with crime and violence to undermine what we have been building here, let me be clear to you that this is not the Jamaica that you left 10 or 20 years ago. It is not the JCF that you left 10 or 20 years ago. You will either meet a judge or your maker if you come back to Jamaica and violate our laws and create havoc. I know that there are many who will be returning to Jamaica, coming back to lovely communities like these, rural areas like these, and they may attempt to set up gangs, get involved in scamming, and undermine the values of the communities that they return to. We will not tolerate that. We want all our Jamaicans to always feel that they have somewhere to come back to.
All right, so that was Dr. Andrew Holness, and I'm sure the sentiments are the same across the Caribbean from all the leaders, right? Yeah, maybe a blessing in disguise is how I look at it too. I know I have said here several times that if every immigrant were to get up and go back to their country, take their skills, their expertise, their talent, go back to their country and invest said things in their countries, we will see which country is the real third world country, as they like to classify us.
Yeah, but not all talents are equal. Step back to caveat that.
Hold on, Adesoji. Hold on. Let me take a sip of water. Hold on, because you don't have any behavior. No behavior whatsoever. I don't know what King Charles did to you over the weekend.
No, we just like clear communication. You have to be clear about what you're communicating. You know, not all talents are equal. Yeah, come on. Yeah.
All right. Oh, I forgot. We have one more to close out our Caribbean corner. Time for us to go down in our coffee pot. Entertainment news. So Bob Marley, One Love wins Best Reggae Grammy. This article courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM.com. The soundtrack for Bob Marley, One Love has won the 2025 Grammy for Best Reggae Album. The award was announced at the 27th staging of the awards on Sunday night. The album features 10 songs by various artists. The covers include some of Marley's better known songs, such as Natural Mystic, Exodus, Waiting in Vain, Three Little Birds, One Love, Redemption Song, and Is This Love? Among the artists featured are Marley's grandson, Skip Marley, Daniel Caesar, Bloody Civilian, Kid, and Leon Bridges. The other nominees in the Best Reggae Album category were Take It Easy by Collie Buddz, Party With Me by Vibes Cartel, Never Gets Late Here by Shensia, and Evolution by The Wailers. Well, congratulations. Yes, Jah. Praise Jah in the moonlight. Yep, yep, yep.
Was Vibes there?
Yes, he looked very good. I must say, he cleaned up, looked real good, no lie. In black pants, I saw a picture, black pants. And I saw a clip on TikTok. Black pants are turquoise-ish, deep turquoise. I don't know if that's the right color. A bluish greenish color jacket. With Sidem, Una Sidem by his side. Go ahead.
You see AT message in the chat.
How good were you when you've been dead for years and still winning awards? Message in the music, the power of words. I think I heard that comment made yesterday, Adesoji. The power of words. Yes. His words are powerful and they resonate and will resonate all when we dead and gone.
Who was there to pick up his award? Anybody know?
I don't know. I don't know who collected. One thing I tell you, they make sure them have a seat at the table. The Marley family, they make sure them have a seat at the table. Who wanna get? Remember, they weren't the ones that won last year? No, was it this group out? Was it out of California?
I thought Julian. No, I didn't do it. So
RoSolo, where you there? You're in a
that
tunnel. We
mixed
can't
group.
hear you. What
I thought one of them was
maybe
maybe I wasn't doing it. No, it's wrong show. Sorry, wrong year. That was the year before. Sorry, I just won last year. Don't laugh. I'm sorry.
By the way, RoSolo, you need to send me the link for the town hall so we can put it on the resource page for coffeeinto.com. Folks, we have a resource page on www.coffeeinto.com. Any links that are beneficial to folks across the diaspora, as well as in the Caribbean or in Africa, wherever you are, in the US, it don't matter, where people can get valuable information. Please provide those links so we can put it on the page. So far, we have 2 links there. One for the Heart Trust out of Jamaica, where folks can go to the link to be able to get information with regard to skills training, job opportunities, so on and so forth. The other link that is there is for the opportunity that one may want to take advantage of being able to work in Barbados. So the link is that will take you straight to the page that has all the information and where you can fill out the application. All right. So please send us links so we can update the page. Also, we have a page with for how to contact us. There you will see the links to our social media platforms. You'll also see our sponsors and their links to their websites. So we say thank you to LormelSkinFood.com and GrandCoffeehouse.com. If you want to support the channel financially, help it grow so we can, according to Alexia this morning, asking when is the app coming on stream. Yes, we do have a link there as well on the contact us page where you can buy coffee into a cup of coffee. All right. Yeah, so hold on, what the chat say? That's Black girl power moments. That woman makes or made sure you respect the Marley name. Seat at the table. Yep. Big up Rita. We said it last week, and she'll forever. I think she'll go down in history as being a very significant powerhouse when we talk about Tough Gong, Bob Marley, Jamaica, and for those who don't know, she was actually born in Cuba. But yeah, yes, Rita, do your thing. Proud of you. Very proud of you. Showing what it is to be a queen. Wearing that crown. Is she perfect? Not at all. Nobody not perfect. But she made damn sure that her generation, and if you notice how she moves, she's not selfish. She's not selfish. All of his children stand to benefit, whether they are hers or not. All grandchildren, whether they are hers or not, stand to benefit. How unselfish is that? She saw the bigger picture. She rose above. Yes, she rose above the whole thing. All right, so for that 14 minutes before the top of the hour, it is time for us to go ahead and jump into our next segment, Las Noticias, stories out of Latin America. So first up in this segment, Trump's U.S. aid will drive migration. Will drive migration from Latin America, experts have warned. Article courtesy of theguardian.com. And this one is, what's the date on this one? But it's very recent. Thursday, January the 30th. Color me blind. The Trump administration's abrupt decision to immediately pause all U.S. foreign aid programs could exacerbate violence in Latin America, driving more migration from a region already struggling with the rise of organized crime, experts have warned. The world's largest aid provider by far, the U.S., disbursed $1.5 billion to South American countries in the 2023 financial year, funding a broad range of projects, including humanitarian, military, environmental, and economic aid. But programs around the world have been frozen since the U.S. president suspended almost all U.S. foreign aid for at least 90 days to review whether they are aligned with the interests of his new administration. At least 3 humanitarian organizations have suspended support operations for more than 41,000 people displaced by a recent outbreak of guerrilla violence in Colombia. Another program aimed at finding jobs to integrate hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants into Colombian society was also paralyzed. In Brazil, 2 organizations working to assist Venezuelans fleeing Nicolas Maduro's dictatorship shut down their operations, and a program aimed at tackling the commercial exploitation of children was ordered to stop. On Tuesday, the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio issued a new waiver for life-saving humanitarian assistance, which he defined as core life-saving medicine, medical services, food, shelter, and subsistence assistance, as well as supplies and reasonable administrative costs as necessary to deliver such assistance. Well, it is still unclear how the new waiver will affect organizations working with migrants, as not all humanitarian assistance has been cleared. You know what I thought about yesterday when I saw this article, when I was reading this article yesterday? That $1.5 billion that you're freezing really and truly going to create a problem now, because remember, we've had several conversations about the impact that has been created or that has happened, because the negative impact on economies in Latin America and the Caribbean because of certain impositions that the US has made. So really and truly, if you don't want them showing up at the border, and remember, people will take on the mindset of them not care what will happen. They will take them chances. If we don't want to increase the migration, I think releasing the money is the best thing. I don't know if anyone has a different opinion, because I cannot ruin your country, upend your country, create turmoil in your country, take away your best and brightest, because it was said recently that America wants the best and the brightest from all over the world. So you create a marketing plan, you lure our people away, wreak havoc, and then what you think is going to happen? People just going to sit down there and squalor? No, everybody wants to survive. So they're going to do what they must and do what they see as necessary and head north, risking their lives some way or another. That boat of 19 people that showed up in Nevis's waters last week, 19 people dead, and documents reveal that they're from Mali. Mali being a landlocked country on the continent of Africa, on the west side of Africa. So we don't know which country they left out of, but I guarantee they were probably heading to Europe. Europe has had a hand in the instability that is going on in Africa, the various countries across Africa. So you create problem. Guess what? We coming to you. That is their mindset. That is the mindset. So now you're going to cut off aid. You're going to freeze aid for at least 90 days to see if their interests are aligned with your interests. So let's just say the interests are not aligned. What's the next step? What happens? What's the plan of action? What's the POA? How do we move forward? We can't turn back the hands of time. How do we fix it? And as has been said here several times, people don't necessarily want to leave their country. Many people want to go back home. Those who leave, many want to go back home. And that is why we have a lot of remittances going back to Latin America and the Caribbean. Think about it. A lot of people are sending money home so that they'll be able to retire at home, put up home, build homes, purchase land. Go ahead, Adesoji. Why are you laughing at me?
No, I'm laughing at the fact that usually when kings have courtiers, the reason they have the courtiers is so that they can watch the king's back and they can actually watch where he steps. The point of that being, you can't see everything. You have to be able to listen and trust your advisors to give you very good advice. Mm-hmm. In his case, he clearly, one, doesn't listen, doesn't trust the people around him. And the people around him are for some reason also afraid of him because they can't seem to tell him that, listen, what you're doing is basically spoiling any sort of legacy you might think you have. Because I don't think he has any. That's, sometimes you don't want to spoil someone's delusion. So you allow them go. You allow them continue with it. But it's talking about the USID. Okay, so the USID, according to what I read yesterday, spends about 40 billion across the world every year. Mm-hmm. So 40 billion. I believe we were here a couple of months ago when we read this story about the military. The US military spending $82 million to, what's the word? Stay tip top in action. And not on the battlefield, but in the bedroom. But you don't see that to cut. You're cutting programs outside that basically guarantees the survival of certain people. And like you said, if you don't give them because in the first place, you've destroyed their country. So whatever it is you consider to be aid to said places is some way of assuaging your own guilty conscience. Because that's what those AIDS programs are for. Because they know they created all those mess, but they just can't bring themselves to to own it outright. And so what they would do is, in their mind, create those kind of welfare programs. But in some cases, even the USAID has been party to some coups over the years. The Peace Corps, some evangelical churches, the whole raft of them. You just need to go through the books to find them. They're there. But that's it. This guy is a recipe for disaster. And the faster somebody tells him, clearly at a cost to themselves, the better. Because at the end of the day, here's the thing. He's going to destroy the United States of America. But maybe that's what everybody wants. Maybe that's what everybody wants. I yield.
Sometimes we have to let things crash and burn. Go right ahead, Mr. President.
Well, it's the current administration policy is very interesting, right? So you put in America first, you're cutting the aid and stuff. So let's look at it from a different perspective. A lot of the countries or the places you give aid is people in vulnerable situations, whether they have been war-torn, whether you have destroyed their economies, whatever it was, right? But the aid is one of the soft power that you use. So you use your aid and your grants and so on, to put you in positions and as such keep the people you consider your enemy out. So when, first of all, you're going on a trade war with all your allies to start with, then you're removing aid from the most vulnerable people who support you or you support, and because it's vice versa. What are you doing? Essentially, you're giving China an express plane ticket to the destination they want to get. Because don't think that the void that was created will be left empty. You have the formation of BRICS that is strengthening, okay? So if you're strengthening BRICS, but you're weakening if BRICS is strengthening and the US influence is weakening, what do you think would happen? At the end of the 90 days, as long as the Chinas, the Russias, the Turkeys, the Venice, maybe not the Iran and stuff because they're further, but the China, Russia, India, when they go into these places and fill the gap that you provided, you think you could just come back? So a lot of the things that you lose, you would not regain. Not only that, the US is the world's biggest economy and so, right? And a lot of people depend on the US. But as you strengthen other economies, as you make people less dependent on you, you have less influence on them. You're already fighting 2 or 3 wars. It's only so much wars you could fight. And the US Army, as it is stretched thin. And if you look at even where they are currently, it's a lot of money they have to spend to get back to where they were. On top of that, in places like Africa, the French, and all of them, the African leaders are pushing you out. Whether they're democratically elected or they're taken by coups or whatever, people, and outside of the leaders, the people in Africa do not want you there anymore. So how could you, these policies that you're doing, it's like you're putting gasoline on fire. It will be interesting to see how or where it goes. But from where I stand, I think their policies would have unintended consequences that they would not be able to recover from. I could guarantee you, even if they recover some of the territories that they're giving up willingly now, they would never get back the control they had. And when people learn to be dependent on themselves or form partnership with others, that is next dangerous thing, is that some of the partnerships we have, most of the partnership the US have is predatory. So people think they need and have to do business with the US. When you get to a situation where people are not, won't think they have to do business with you, and they start doing business with others, and they realize they're getting much better deals, much favorable conditions. It's more a partnership as opposed to somebody dictating to them. Do you think they would want to come back in a situation where they think they have to do what the big bully is saying? Let's wait and see. But
so much things, or so many things to say right now. Oh, by the way, have you seen the images of Elon Musk's team that has taken some of the images of some of the team members, very young, inexperienced people that have taken over the government payment system? But anyway, let me not digress. Go ahead. Someone else was going to say something. My apologies.
So what happens to America when it implodes on itself?
Good question. Oh, are y'all aware that there was a standoff between Mexican protesters and LA police? Wasn't even aware of that. Let me tell you, wasn't aware at all. All
We are
right.
not our ancestors.
Next up, Latin America. Where's it, John? We're not our ancestors.
We are not our ancestors.
We're rowdy rambunctious. Oh Lord. Okay, so this one not allowing me to read it. Them block me from that site. Latin America draws up a future of accelerated sustainable economic growth with equity. Let me see if I can access it another way, because I was able to access it last time. I don't know why the people them don't want me to access the news. The people them news.
Because you're talking about it on air. Adesoji, you were going to say something.
You posed the question earlier, what would happen if America implodes? I would enjoin you to go watch Sir David Attenborough's Blue Planet and see what happens when you drop blood, a drop of blood, in amidst a frenzy of pariahs, and see what happens. Eventually, they'll start eating themselves. That's what the United States will do.
I'm sorry, can you put that in the chat, because my ears are clogged and I didn't hear a word you said.
Oh, sorry, I was speaking Queen's English. I'm sorry.
You're a hot mess. All right, let me see if I can.
It did sound like it was all one word.
Yeah, you have to take time with her, Adesoji. Her ear, she's not, you know, sister, she's not sounding 100% at all. All right, so according to Ground Dash News, Latin America draws up a future of accelerated sustainable economic growth with equity. Had to go around, find a workaround. Meta Apply and IE International Education have formed a strategic partnership to enhance international higher education and language learning services utilizing AI technology and physical presence to improve accessibility. The partnership introduces a co-CEO model with Patrick Guimarães and Prashant Sali overseeing operations in Latin America, Europe, and the UK. At the Economic Forum for Latin America and the Caribbean 2025, leaders called for sustainable growth and rejected outdated economic models, highlighting challenges like inequality and climate change. The forum emphasized the need for digital transformation and regional integration to boost productivity, with Brazil's initiative to create integration routes by 2025 as a key example. All right, so I'm going to keep doing another thing. Next up, out of Latin America, hopefully I can open this one. It not come act a fool with me. All right. CaribbeanNewsGlobal.com is reporting on March 22nd, the executive board of the International Monetary Fund concluded the Article 4 consultation for Bolivia. This also included a discussion of the findings of the financial sector assessment program exercise for Bolivia. Bolivia's growth momentum moderated in 2023 to 2.5% from declining natural gas production, less public investment, and financial market turmoil. Price controls, food and fuel subsidies, export restrictions, and strong agricultural production held inflation below 2% at year end. However, the combination of lower natural gas exports, high fuel imports, a large fiscal deficit, increasingly financed by the central bank, and an overhauled exchange rate contributed to a wider current account deficit and near depletion of international reserves. Public debt increased to nearly 84% of GDP by end 2023. Sovereign spreads rose sharply in 2023 as the foreign exchange shortage became apparent in a mid-sized bank, Banco Facil, that failed. Consequently, banks were forced to restrict the withdrawal of foreign exchange deposits, heightening financial sector stability risks. I want to ask a question. I want some clarity. Why, as a bank customer, I put my foreign exchange in the commercial bank because you're having issues, which I didn't contribute to. Why are you making it hard for me to get my money? I want to take out my money and go do what me have to do my business, but you're restricting me from getting my money. Why do they do that? Them can use my money, but I can't to fix a problem that they created, or no? Somebody, no, seriously, I want a serious explanation because I'm not the only one who has issues with this. So I deposit $1,000 in the bank. I go back to the bank because I have plans to take care of something, and then I'm told I can't get my money because of stability risks with the financial sector. How is that my problem? How did that become my problem? That sounds like a you problem to me, but I must feel the effects of it. You remember the days when people used to keep their money under their mattress? Is that where we're sent? Is that the direction people need to go in? Or so that everybody has a safe in them house? But then them want to say very soon them now take cash, everything is digital cash. No cash.
That's what I was gonna say. Yes. We will need gold bars.
So they just want to use us. We're constantly being used, and this is a global issue. Everybody being used, left, right, and center. Wanna just take we and use we sir. Wanna take we money, lend out with money, and then give it 2 cents pan little bit. You know what? Don't get me started. But anyway. Next up, in stores out of Latin America, Colombia seeks a way to break its commercial dependence on the United States. Let's see if it will let me in. All right, let's watch them block me again. All right. All right. You know what? The US also has imposed a ban on Cuban remittance companies. I'm not going to fight with the internet and its sites. Not going to do that. And the black man, so like, go. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, on Friday, the United States imposed a ban on transactions with the main pipeline for remittances to Cuba, marking the latest move to tighten restrictions on the communist island since President Donald Trump's return to office. Upon taking office on January 20, Trump quickly reversed the decision made by his predecessor, Joe Biden, to remove Cuba from the U.S. list of state sponsors of terrorism. This removal had been part of a deal brokered by the Vatican in which Cuba released political prisoners. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a Cuban American and vocal critic of Cuba's communist government, announced that the US was reinstating sanctions on a list of Cuban organizations that had been slated for removal under Biden's administration. Quick question before I move on. Is Russia considered a communist country? Is China considered a communist country? But I'll keep it moving. Rubio announced that all previously sanctioned entities would be reinstated to the list, including Orbit SA, a remittance processing company. The State Department is reissuing the Cuba restricted list to deny resources to the very branches of the Cuban regime that directly oppress and surveil the Cuban people while controlling large swaths of the country's economy. That's what Rubio said in a statement. During his previous term, President Trump had also imposed sanctions on another remittance handling company, Fincimex, due to its connections to the Cuban military. Cuba replaced Fincimex with Orbit as a remittance processing company. However, a December investigation by the Miami Herald revealed that Orbit is also controlled by the Cuban military, despite previous assurances to the contrary. Cuban Americans send millions of dollars annually back to the island, making remittances a crucial source of hard currency for Cuba's struggling economy. During his first term, Trump reversed former President Barack Obama's efforts to end half a century of U.S. policies aimed at isolating Cuba, a strategy Obama had deemed a failure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Rubio. Tú tienes familia en Cuba, mi amigo. Sí. Ay, sí. Familia también, ¿no? Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. He does have family and friends there, yeah. Just wondering. So, how will they be able to determine really if something is state controlled in Cuba? Because they can keep creating other companies and say it's not state controlled, but behind the scenes it is state controlled. So we say, just cut it out.
Isn't everything in Cuba state controlled? That's why the United States don't want to play with them.
Oh boy. I'm telling you. I am telling you. So I asked a question. Hold on, you know what? Where's my Google?
Comments. All this talk about communist. The US owes China. China lent the US the most money. China is a communist country.
Thank you. That's what I thought. And this is why I have a struggle.
Prominent business in Cuba will have some kind of government affiliation because the government have to give them permission to operate, and the Cuban government do not allow anybody to come in and operate without them getting some kind of cut off it all. The Cuban people benefiting.
Oh Lord. What about Russia? Is Russia a socialist or a capitalist country? No, seriously. No, at this point, I don't know if I'm even in the current timeline of life. So, isn't this kind of hypocritical? Because aren't our president and the president of Russia friends? Aren't they friends?
Yes, they play with each other.
I don't like that. Whatever, Adesoji giving me eyes. Yes, I'm taking that back.
Pause. Did you what?
Cuba will not play with the United States, but Russia plays
That
with the
doesn't
United
sound right.
States. And
That
China
doesn't sound.
plays with the It's a game. They're playing. It's a game. They're playing. What do you think I mean?
Adesoji, behave yourself. You see?
Diplomatic relations, yes. Play? Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Don't they come to what is that? Key Largo, whatever it's called.
Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago. Get it right.
And
Mar-a-Lago.
play golf. And then they go overseas and play whatever games they have over there too. And then they play with their own people. Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay.
It's a game.
Yeah, but
it's a chess game. They playing.
Next story, please.
Oh gosh. All right. Okay, next story. I'm following instructions. Pope dissolves Peru-based conservative Catholic movement after abuses uncovered by the Vatican. This article courtesy of apnews.com dated January 2011. This one I find laughable. But anyway, Pope Francis has taken the remarkable step of dissolving a Peruvian-based Catholic movement, the Sodalitium Christianae Vitae, after years of attempts at reform and Vatican investigation. The probe uncovered SAs by its founder, financial mismanagement by its leaders, and spiritual abuses by its top members. The Sodalitium on Monday confirmed the dissolution, which was conveyed to an assembly of its members in Brazil this weekend by Pope Francis's top legal advisor. In revealing the dissolution in a statement, the group lamented that news of Francis's decision had been leaked by 2 members attending the assembly who were definitively expelled. It provided no details, saying only that the central information about the dissolution that was reported by Spanish language site Info Vaticana was true, but it contained several inaccuracies. It didn't say what the inaccuracies were. All right, did I say this last year that me begging to just get rid of the whole Catholic system? Jeffrey, thank you so much for coming to Coffee and Show. I understand. I wanted to comment on the bank not letting us get our own money when we try to withdraw the cash. We're only useful when they need us indeed. All right, I will have you once we get off air. Please stick around. We'd love to talk a little bit more about that. So once we get off air, because we are streaming live on internet radio and YouTube live, I will definitely invite you up and hear what you have to say. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you. And I hope you subscribe to our YouTube channel by clicking the link at the top, and please follow Coffee and Joe. All right. So this whole Catholic system, you're telling me that the Pope is only recently aware of what happens in the Catholic system? I'm getting the feeling as though he's acting like oh my gosh, this is a shocker. Probe uncovered essays by its founder. This is a common thread throughout the entire Catholic Church system throughout the world. Was it last year or the year before? I can't remember. Was it last year or the year before we had several conversations regarding what was happening what in Canada, here in the US, throughout South America?
Both years.
Well, I'll be damned. We've been talking about this in 2022. Since 2022. This is 2025. So don't tell me. Go on, like say, oh my gosh. A probe. We've been doing a probe and it uncovered. But then again, what I don't understand, with all these reports that have come forward, right? The parents who continue to leave their children at these schools, At these churches, we're not concerned about a picnic. On a continent to pump money. Do you know that you're also complicit into what happens to your children, especially your little boys? And then you want to talk about blocking or blocking is not the word. There's another word. It was on the tip of my tongue and it slipped me. When we talk about the LGBTQ community globally, many of them are people who were a part of the Catholic system. So how dare we talk down or talk negatively about them? We should be loving on them to help them heal. You create the problem and then you discard them. The problem is right there. Because no one allow the pastor, the priest, whatever no one call him, the priest, to marry. So the devil creep right into their minds and take control of them and make them commit atrocities against these little children. And we have messed up men and women, in particular men, because of the Catholic system. What's with it, yeah, man? Miss me with it. Next, Peru's agricultural ambitions. A $40 billion export vision for 2040. This one can be found on riottimesonline.com. Dated February the 2nd. Peru's agricultural sector is poised for remarkable growth. This is according to Agriculture Minister Angel Manero. In a recent interview with Reuters, Manero unveiled ambitious plans to boost agricultural exports to $40 billion by 2040. This projection represents a significant increase from the current export value of $12.5 billion in 2024. The country's agricultural exports saw a 22% surge in 2024 compared to the previous year. Manero expects the industry to grow by an additional $2 billion annually moving forward. This steady growth could potentially position agriculture as Peru's primary economic driver by 2050, surpassing the mining sector. Congratulations! Peru, currently the world's second largest copper exporter, is diversifying its economic portfolio. The government aims to expand its agricultural reach by entering new markets and introducing new products. Manero announced plans to begin exporting beef, pork, and chicken this year, with China as a key target market. The groundwork for these exports was laid during a state visit in June. During the visit, President Dina discussed the matter with Chinese President Jinping. Peru and China recently signed an agreement deepening their free trade agreement. What? We are fight war. And that we do. We fight wars, we instigate, we divide, we discriminate, we do everything wrong. We are turning back the hands of time while other countries are moving forward. Good job, Peru. To achieve these lofty goals, Peru is implementing several strategic initiatives, large-scale irrigation projects along the coast. Yeah, this will add 250,000 hectares of new agricultural land this year. The government aims to increase this to 500,000 hectares by June 2026. Recent changes to forestry laws aim to facilitate property titles and increase productivity on 12 million hectares of deforested land. Manero emphasized the importance of sustainable development, stating we want to maintain our 67 million hectares of land. When will the US catch up and recognize that we need to be moving forward, not backwards? We're talking about DEI and people completely not understanding what DEI, but then again, we spoke about the literacy rate here in the US last week, right? And it was very concerning. Basic things, right? And to think that we are more technologically advanced than we were 20 years ago. And with all the technology and information that we have access to, we still solely rely on someone standing at a podium and spewing things at us, and we don't even seek to fact check. We're more in the dark now that we have technology than we were when we actually had technology. Isn't that interesting, to say the least? But anyway, good job, Peru. Peru. Oh, the song go. I can't even say. I remember the tune, yeah, though. But good for you. They grow a lot of potatoes, a lot of corn there too. See, this is the thing. We're worrying about China taking our data. By the way, Elon Musk has gained access to our data. Yeah. I said it before and I'll say it again. And I will be saying it again. But we're worried about China. What does Elon Musk need with our data? Right? We're worried about China having our data. But China is busy going ahead. Are we saying China is perfect? No, we're not. But while we're here at each other's throats, they're making headways. Wasn't it last week? We had the article where or is it this week coming? No, it's today, coming up, Lord of mercy. Coming up, where China reduces their soybean purchases from the US, even though there are setbacks and delays in Brazil. Let that tell you something. You know, China is saying, America, you're not the only one. We're happy to do business with other people. Get it together, US. We're falling behind. We're illiterate. We're ignorant. We're here tearing each other's throats out. Wake up. Anyway, next up. Stories on the international scene. Angola's oil sector making a comeback after OPEC exit. Oilprice.com. Open for me. Fingers crossed. All right. According to oilprice.com. In 2023, Angola officially announced that it was leaving OPEC amid a disagreement over oil production quotas, ending its 16-year stint in the cartel. Why do I call it a cartel? Anyway, Angola, Africa's second largest crude producer, became the fourth country to leave OPEC after Indonesia, Qatar, and Ecuador left in 2009, 2019, and 2020, respectively. Relations between the South African country and OPEC came to a head after OPEC gave the green light to the United Arab Emirates to increase its production by 200,000 barrels per day to 3.2 million barrels in 2024. But here's what they did. They lowered Angola's quota to 1.1 million barrels, roughly in line with the country's declining production. However, the move did not go down well with Angola. Angola's mineral resources minister made an announcement while withdrawing. He said, "Our role in the organization was not deemed relevant. It was not a decision made lightly. The time has come." And now it appears that Angola's recalcitrance is beginning to pay off, or recalcitrance, however you pronounce it, is beginning to pay off. Angola's average daily oil production hit 1.134 million barrels in the first 3 quarters of 2024. Good for a 4% increase compared to 2023 production. According to the Angola Press Agency, government stabilization measures have contributed to the uptick in production, with the gains attributed to the commissioning of new oil wells and interventions in various concessions. So OPEC is the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. It is described on Google. It is a cartel enabling the cooperation of leading oil producing and oil dependent countries in order to collectively influence the global oil market and maximize profit. It's interesting that they call them a cartel, huh? Because when you hear the word cartel, we always think negative, don't we? Huh? Cartel. What? Read between the lines. Oh, you know what? That's something I need to stop doing. I'm sorry. And then listening to the likes of Adesoji and Milton, it'll get worse. My reading between the lines. I need to disassociate from you, Adesoji. As a matter of fact, I need to disassociate from all of you because when I have me thinking a little bit too much, when I have me stripping away the layers like I do an onion. But it is important that we don't take things at face value. Critical thinking is important. Mhm. The oil cartel. So is this a good thing for Angola?
Well, it depends. Now, what's the first question will be, what's the going rate for a barrel of oil? If the going rate of a barrel of oil is, let's just say, is $100.
Mm-hmm.
If you come off it with the war in Europe, you could decide to sell at more than $100 per barrel. You're the second largest producer of oil. No, the largest producer of oil on the African continent. And so that means you can determine your price, but because you're no longer part of that grouping. So the grouping can't make, so it's a good thing, but it can only be a good thing if all the income that comes from said production goes back to the country. If it's held by all these multinationals, then you might as well stay in there because it doesn't really make any difference to you.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you for that perspective. Appreciate that. All right, moving right along. Next up on the international scene, China reduces soybean purchases from the US despite delays in Brazil. This article can be found on datamarnews.com and it is dated January 31st. Soybean harvest in Brazil is progressing slowly, delaying the arrival of supplies to buyers. However, China, which accounts for more than 70% of Brazil's annual exports, shows no concern about the delays. In some cases, delays in Brazil's harvest can extend the U.S. soybean export window, but recently, both general shipments and China's share of U.S. purchases have been weak. U.S. soybean exports to China peaked for 1 week in mid-January, but this movement was temporary. Over the past few months, weekly sales volumes have generally been below average, even when compared to more modest expectations. As of January 23, U.S. soybean sales to China in the 2024 to 25 marketing year accounted for 47% of total reserves, the lowest level in 17 years without a trade war. Another 9% of sales were to unspecified destinations, which is within the normal range, suggesting that Chinese purchases are not being hidden. In terms of volume, Chinese reserves of U.S. soybeans fell 3% year on year, reflecting a similar reduction predicted by the U.S. Department of Agriculture for Chinese soybean imports in 2024 to 25. However, recent Chinese imports have fallen below that mark due to lower Brazilian supply. Chinese purchases in November and December dropped 15% compared to the previous year, despite a corresponding increase in U.S. shipments. In addition to delays in Brazil, China's Minister of Agriculture stated last week that the country's pig farming sector has overcome a phase of losses, which could, in theory, boost soybean demand. Furthermore, crushing margins for soybeans in China have also improved in recent weeks. However, these factors have not yet translated into a rebound in Chinese purchases of US soybeans. So, expectations for the coming months? There is speculation in the sector that China may have advanced US soybean purchases to avoid potential tariffs. However, US export data does not support this theory. The trend is for Chinese imports to remain low in the coming weeks as Brazil's January exports were below last year's levels and initial forecasts. Um, anybody want to go before me? Go ahead, Mr. President.
So one of the reasons why this is so important for the US is that China is one of the major buyer of the soy products, right? The soybeans.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think the US could sell the soy in Europe because most of it is genetically modified. And I think it's 70% of it is genetically modified. And I don't think you can pass the threshold set by the European Union.
Bingo.
So if you lose China, you're in a really, really big problem. Another thing again too is the ability to monitor progress with the BRICS coming in, and China and Brazil having bilateral arrangements. It is more difficult for the US to predict and see what's going on in the market because not everything is coming through the Chicago exchange so that it used to in the past. So outside of the reduction in demand, etc., they have less control to see what is moving where, because trade in BRICS a lot of it is being done bilaterally, in local currencies, bypassing the traditional market makers in the US system, and that also has been a challenge for them when it comes to predictability and so on.
Thank you. Mr. President, wasn't it last week? Was it last week or the week before last week? I said that. What were we talking about? Oh Lord have mercy. I don't remember now. The head I go. But there are other markets. Let me just put it that way. I think we have puffed up our chest a bit too much here in the US. We are of the opinion. Let me put it that way. We are of the opinion here in the US that we are it. Yeah. Is us or nothing. We make the world go round. If we are not involved, you can't progress, you can't succeed. There's nothing for you. Yeah. And I'm off. Thank you for letting me know, Mr. President. Got kicked out again, which seems to be happening a lot with fan base. Not sure what's going on, fan base. Let's see if we can get back into fan base here. Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know why I keep getting kicked out of fan base. Come on, fan base, we got to fix this. I'm supporting. Go right ahead, Mr. Adesoji.
No, I was gonna say, to buttress what Mr. President said with regards to, I think his mic is open as well. Let's go out find this.
Your own base for sure. What Alexa said this morning, we need our own app for real. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was gonna say yes. Here's the thing. When I said earlier that this guy doesn't have the right kind of courtiers around here, and he's gonna get the country into trouble. First and foremost, before you open your mouth, why don't you first of all look at what you're playing with? You're playing with stuff that the reason why the European government, the European community formed themselves is for days like this, so that they don't have to be at the brunt, bearing the brunt of anybody's sudden tantrums. You're not going to get a market for the American products in Europe. I can tell you that one for guarantee. Nothing from the United States in terms of agricultural products is coming into the European market. There's just no way. And if it does, it will sit on the shelf and will go bad. Because for one, no, it's not going to happen. That's one. Then two is the fact that you can't force Europe to take your dregs. So basically, you're going to go back to China with your tail between your legs and go and beg that we'll not do this again. We promise. No, seriously. That's who. Okay. Again, which country outside of Brazil is the largest economy? Germany, Brazil, India. Both the three of them, one is in Europe, so that's not going to happen. Brazil's got its own farming sector. It's not going to take on your dreads. So again, you're going to have to go back to Uncle China. I know you like calling it China. You're going to have to go, but this time with less bass in your voice. And beg. Because that's the only way they're going to let you back in. I mean, you put tariffs on Mexico and you put tariffs on Canada. Who does that? Who blocks the door? Who blocks the door into their house and the window? And then says, as long as no one can come in, I'm okay. Are you not going to want to go out?
I mean, he let up on Mexico. Remember, we have that article coming up.
Yes, he has. But again, moments.
Yeah.
But he has. But moments. Why would you do something that you cannot go through with? Why? Why?
He thought he could, and then the billionaires called him and said, "Oh, stop right there. We're not doing this." And I guarantee you, before the week is out, he is going to reverse or rescind what he said about both China. When he realizes or gets a wake-up call, an epiphany moment, and recognizes that everything we use in this country, China plays a role.
But that's not how you run a country. You don't run a country that way. You don't run a country that...
We're reactive. We're not proactive.
Yeah, but you don't run a country on the basis that, maybe when I wake up in the morning, I'll think this was not such a good idea, then I'll reverse it. No, that's not how you run an economy. That's not how you run a country.
But hold on. Now. Yeah, but hold on there. Remember, Adesoji, a lot of people voted for him because they say he's a businessman, failing to recognize the failed businesses.
I mean, okay, fine. You say he's a, what did you call him now?
He's a businessman.
He's a businessman.
Yeah.
Okay, riddle me this. How is it that a businessman can bankrupt a casino? Do you know what it is to bankrupt a casino? Where the house never loses.
The house never loses. For real.
And you bankrupt a casino. And you still put the word successful in front of businessman?
I have to. Come on. I have to. I'm not in the UK. We're here in the US. We have to honor and respect our president.
Yes, that's what one of my friends was telling me this weekend. When he says, the thing about you Brits is the fact that, how did he say it? And I just had to laugh. He said, the thing about you Brits is that you don't live in the United States and you don't understand how the United States operate. Say, dude, you're basically walking around with all your nether regions out in public and we can see you. You're the emperor with no clothes. If nobody tells you, who will tell you? We can see your bits. Yeah.
Who remembers that story? Did you all do it? The Emperor's, read that one? The Emperor's New Clothes? Yes, where he was wearing nothing.
Yep.
And parading, and everybody was laughing at him on the inside, but made him feel as though he looked exceptional as he's with his with him
We do
big
that
belly.
every day, not just with the president. We do that with people.
True. True.
Those snuffleupagus eyelashes.
I want to make another salient point here, right?
Yes, please come in, Mr. President.
If I may.
Yes, go right ahead.
Now, you can put tariffs and all these things in place, and you can reverse it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But just like if you're running a business, and that is why things like forwards and futures and contracts and so come in place, because a business person that's running a business wants some stability
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to pricing, and so they know what it costs to operate, they know what the input costs, so they could predict the prices, but then they fluctuate with every iteration of stuff, right? Now, even if you come and reverse all these tariffs and stuff, what you have initially done is you have, for instance, like Colombia, who said they want to reduce their dependence on the US. You have prompt people to seek alternative, even if they cannot do without you for now.
Mm-hmm.
Because what they said in their mind, if this country is unpredictable, if one government could make a deal with you, the other one come and change it, then one guy could come in as president and upend everything.
Mm-hmm.
We could no longer rely on the stability of the US market, which is what the US has been at the top because of its stability, the stability of its currency, the stability of its policies, whether you like them or not. But the minute time the US policies keep going up, down, center, sideways, and it's become unpredictable, it means there would no longer be a reliable trading partner.
Mm-hmm.
And people would go with countries that are more reliable.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the unintended consequence that we don't realize. You say, oh, tariff, tariff, tariff. Yes, that's fine. You put it, you take it out, you put 25, you change it to 10. You cannot run a country, as Adesoji was saying, like that.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a game.
Facts. You can't run a country off of emotions. Yeah.
No, countries are planning their economies around that, these decisions. So this is not a joke. And that is what will hurt the US more than anything else.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up. Because you know what, let me break this down for folks, right? Hold on. Yeah, so while I'm pulling this up so that we can remind folks, or for those who are not fully sure, you know, when you hear the term futures, what it means. But we cannot, 60, thank you, Josh, 60 minutes to get off air, but we're going to continue on YouTube Live and right here on Fanbase. So for those of you listening on QMZradio.com, JanoRadio.com, and MadMusicHouse.com. If you have not yet subscribed to the Coffee Into YouTube channel, we invite you to do so. Go to coffeeinto.com, subscribe, and turn on your notification. And we invite you to continue listening or watching on YouTube Live. We do get off air at the top of the hour. Thank you, Jack. So, you cannot run a country. Oh, I woke up this morning and my shadow doesn't look right. You can't run a country like that. You can't run a business like that. And we certainly don't even run our houses like that, right? There has to be order in place. There has to be structure in place. You have to be level-headed. You have to be willing to listen. Listening to your advisors is paramount. As provided you have qualified experts around you, right? Providing that. No, so futures are contracts that allow the buyer or seller to agree on a price and date to buy or sell an asset in the future. Futures are used for hedging, speculation, or what they refer to as portfolio management. And your portfolio, if you are going to have one, should be a diversified one, by the way. I'm not a financial planner, so I will not go into detail with that. We should invite a financial planner on. All right. How do futures work? Set a price. The buyer or seller agree on a price for an asset. You set a delivery date. The buyer or seller agree on a date for the transaction. The buyer or seller profits when the price of the asset changes in the desired direction. Okay, so what can be traded using futures? Oil, corn, wheat, coffee. And I want to say those are staples, right? Stock indexes such as the S&P 500, cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin. Now, how can futures be used? Hedging protect against future price swings, right? Speculation, profit from future price movements, and portfolio management allows you to manage a portfolio of assets. So, what are some strategies for trading futures? Long, buy futures and profit when prices increase. In the short, sell futures contracts and profit when prices decrease. And then spread, buy different futures contracts simultaneously and profit when the relative price difference changes. All right. So for those of you who are so inclined, definitely do some research on that. But the important thing, if you want to get a relatable explanation, speak with your financial analyst. Go right ahead, Mr. President.
I just want to break down the futures for the context that we're speaking in and for some clarity, okay? And that's why I was talking about the tariffs and the way the current administration is putting it on, taking it out, etc. Essentially, what futures do, it creates predictability. So if you're a farmer that's producing wheat, okay, your wheat takes a certain amount of time to grow, but you know you have a certain operating cost to produce that wheat. What you don't want to happen is if when you're ready to sell the wheat price is high, you make money. If the wheat price is low, you might lose money. Now you come in a contract with a bakery who needs flour, who needs wheat to make the flour. When the wheat price is high, it costs them a lot. When it's low, it's good for them. So both of you might say, oh, listen, I want to make sure that the farmer wants to make sure when he sells that wheat, he can make a profit. And the baker wants to know that when he set his bread price, his price for his bread is not fluctuating every time he gets a crop of wheat. So what they will do is they'll come into a future and tell the farmer, okay, you would provide me with X amount of wheat in the future at a given price. So the farmer now knows when he harvests his crop, he has a steady price. The market may be up or down, but the price for that wheat is predictable and he can plan his farming life around it. The baker knows that he's getting the wheat from the farmer at a certain price. So he could put the price of his bread and so at a level, and he knows regardless of what the price of wheat is in the market, his bread could continue to be the price. Customers know that price and he's able to operate. So what we're doing is they both hedging their bets. They both, by coming together, create a solution where the farmer know he can, regardless of the price in the market, he know what he makes for his wheat, and the baker knows what he pays for the wheat. And this is the reason why we do things like that. So when the government of the US go in a situation where importers do not know what the cost of their import would be, because today is 25% tariffs, tomorrow is 10, and the next day it could be 50. What it creates is the instability, so people cannot plan how they run their business. And that is the key takeaway from the futures here. You know, they are used for other things, speculative and other, but from a business perspective, I think that is one of the simplest way of explaining it.
So thank you for doing that. Thank you for going in depth and explaining it that way, Mr. President. And I think what you just did for me is to further cement my idea as to why he had the call today and has agreed to pause tariffs on Mexico. And I know, based on what you just explained, he is going to rescind or pause the import taxes that are set to be applied for Canada and China. It is not good for business. You cannot run a business like that. And I know only Jesus can come down from heaven and stand up in front of me and say, Moments, you're wrong. The billionaires reached out to him that own the big box stores. Those who are the movers and shakers say, well, brethren, you get ahead of yourself. No. Stop. If you say you want to go in for a third term, we not gonna have the money to give you to campaign for a third term.
Now you're even pushing it. Just one more thing. When the guy came into power, how much was the price of eggs?
Listen, I was paying, let us say it was under $10. It went down. To be honest, it was like I was about $7 something for the organic. Let me be specific, for the organic, free range, vegetarian, whatever you want to call them, pasture fed. Yeah, them the big up, the high quality egg.
The rich people eggs. How much is it?
I was paying about $8. Call it $8 a dozen.
Okay, how much is it now?
$13 a dozen. In my neck of the woods. This is Ja has it cheap over there in Texas.
Okay, so those ones don't eat the proper eggs. Just eat round things that have been given to them in the name of eggs. So what's it called? The reason I pose that question is, if that is the yardstick for you voting for this guy, wherein everybody knows that is not the reason, right? But say, let's humor me and say that is the reason. So you're paying $8 for something and suddenly you start paying $13 for it. Within how many weeks that the guy came into power? This is the second week, isn't it? Or third week? No, third week gone.
I've lost track. I feel like 4 years already.
No. Second week, actually.
Keep track for us.
Second week. Sorry. Second week going. So basically, the guy is saying, don't worry, what you got earlier, I will make it worse. But don't worry, since you voted for me, we all agree that this is how we was going to do, wasn't it? Again, like Mr. President said, you cannot run a country this way. Remember, we ran a story last week about Ghana securing the price of cocoa for their farmers.
Yep. So funny, we have a Ghana story coming up regarding cocoa. Go ahead.
This is exactly the reason why that kind of model works. Because you cannot legislate for grown men throwing baby tantrums while running multi-trillion-dollar economies, screaming, DEI, whatever, and dwarfs are the reason that, of course, I can't believe I heard that. But still, these are abnormal times. That the fact that we, in His Majesty's kingdom, and long may He rule over us, have to listen to...
Over me too, I'm Jamaican.
Have to listen to that kind of dribble. The country that is supposed to be the bastion. I mean, I hear that if you guys look over to Ellis Island, Lady Liberty has left. Because I can't do this anymore.
Sometimes send me the video showing her walking out.
Exactly. That is how. It's like, I heard.
She said, I'm tired. I'm done here. I'm out. 2 cents. Okay, so it's funny that you brought up Ghana, because in our next article, the uphill task of rehabilitating ailing cocoa sector article can be found on GhanaWeb.com, dated January 31st. So this is a continuance, or an update, I should say, to a previous article we discussed. Was it last week or the week before? Despite the Ghana Cocoa Board's decision not to secure funds from the international market this season, Cocoa Board has assured farmers that payments for their produce will remain a top priority. And for those listening, if you're not, by the way, I need to wrap up on air. Let me stick up in right here. I will be right back. I do have to wrap up on air, folks. Bear with me. Wrap up with online radio. I'll be right back. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. All right, to our listeners online, I want to say thank you so much. Thank you once again for tuning in to Coffee and Toe World News on the Go. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Don't forget to join us on YouTube to continue the show. All right, and we are officially off the air. Back with you, YouTube and fan base. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate you. Adesoji, why you always laughing at me? Why you always a laugh after the dolly? Yeah, where were we? Oh, we're Ghana. That's where I was.
You were talking about Ghana's cocoa.
Thank you. So, despite the Ghana Cocoa Board's decision not to secure funds from the international market this season, Cocoa Board has assured farmers that payments for their produce will remain a top priority. In his first engagement with cocoa farmers since being appointed by President Mahama, Cocoa Board's Chief Executive Officer, CEO, Dr. Ransford Enerte Abbey, emphasized that prompt payment to farmers will supersede all other financial commitments. I'm going to give them a round of applause for that, because that's important. Because a lot of times we tend to stave off those who are so depending on their money. All right. This comes at a time when concerns are heightened over funding since the board did not access traditional syndicated loans for the first time. Acknowledging challenges facing the cocoa industry, Dr. Abbey emphasized the need for large-scale farming to complement contributions from smallholder farmers. Oh, and for those with me here on YouTube Live and on Fanbase, let us remember Ghana's cocoa is instrumental in the production of whose chocolates? And chocolate products? Who? Come on, say it with me.
Swiss.
And what's the other country?
Belgian chocolate.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right, there we go. So the Belgium chocolate and the Swiss chocolate that you're indulging in was not Belgium not have no cocoa farm, and Switzerland not have no cocoa farm. Them get them cocoa from Ghana. And what's the other country in Africa?
And Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you. So, ladies, when the man come to you with a nice bar of chocolate or a nice arrangement of chocolate pieces and says, look, this is from Ghana. Now turn up your nose. Nyam it. Eat it. Because if the one remember got come with and say, oh, I got you some Swiss chocolate. Guess where I come from? Ghana or Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you. Was I being wrong?
No, not at all. Jeffrey, welcome to the space.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up, Jeffrey. We'll circle back to that conversation regarding the banks and our money later on. All right, so we still have some more stories to get through on the international scene. So next up, Putin allows Goldman Sachs to sell its Russian unit. This report can be found on msn.com. Interesting. All right, so let's get into this one. Goldman Sachs, New York Stock Exchange symbol GS, received approval by President Vladimir Putin to sell its business in Russia to Balchuk Capital, making it one of the few Western banks to fully exit the country, according to a media report. Putin signed a decree allowing the transaction, Bloomberg News reported. Goldman Sachs entered into a binding agreement to sell the unit to the company Balchuk, an investment firm founded by Armenian investor David Amarian, citing a person familiar with the matter, that is, rather. The approval follows several other banking deals getting the go ahead by Putin. The sale of Natix's business in Russia received approval in December, and ING agreed to sell its Russian operations to Global Development JSC in January. Almost 3 years after Russia invaded Ukraine, many Western banks still have considerable business in the country, even as they vowed to wind down their operations there. Something seems hypocritical here to me.
I mean, the country is on sanctions. Why is Jeffrey Sachs, Goldman Sachs, operating in Russia? Why? How? What's going on? And the sanctions regime is clear. No country, company, or entity with HQ in the West shall have any dealing with Russia.
Hold on a second, Adesoji. 1 second. DJ, yes, my screen is frozen. I don't know if anyone else can. He put a comment in the chat. I heard they're working on keeping the production in company. My screen is frozen on the chat. I can't see who is in the space. Go ahead, Adesoji. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, to further my point, it was made clear that no country or company in the West can benefit from any sort of financial dealing with Russia.
That's what we thought.
So how come they're doing business? Oh, okay, sorry. There's a new government in town. Okay.
Listen.
So it's not just Goldman Sachs, though. There are a lot of American companies who is still so-called winding down. So 3 years gone and they're still winding down, still operating there.
This one sounds like it's revving up.
Listen. Where's my Mr. President? Have you made the investment into the shares for the popcorn company yet? Because it's popcorn season. That's all I know. And wine, popcorn and wine. Where's our wine coming from, by the way? Oh my gosh, is it out of the EU? Hurry up and get a couple cases of wine before them slap the tariffs, because the tariffs are coming on EU products too.
That is when he's going to truly find out that he is, how can I say it, existing on borrowed time.
So, yeah. Ladies, all of you who want your Chanel purses, your Louis Vuitton, your Salvatore Ferragamo, your Gucci, your Hoochie, your Hermes, I suggest you go ahead and grab them now. And the price is going up. I'm sorry, did I interrupt someone? My apologies. I'm here misbehaving myself. Oh boy, and I've been kicked out of fan base as always. Fan base, I am tired of being kicked out. Can we have some sort of consistency, please? Hold on for me, YouTube. I'm trying to. I'm back. After being kicked out, I'm back.
How was Paris?
I was here talking to my damn self. What was the last thing y'all heard me say? Oh,
you said you were going to Paris for your Chanel bags.
Yeah. I strongly suggest everybody put in the order now. I'll be happy to broker it. For you if you need your Chanel, your Givenchy, your Louis Vuitton, your Hermes, your Salvatore Ferragamo.
Look at
I'm
you.
sorry, I will just go to Canal Street.
Yeah. No. You will do no such thing. That's cheap.
I would, if you want your Lancome pieces to put on your whatnot and what have you to decorate your shelves in your home.
Bless.
Your Yadro.
You're a lady with high tastes. We salute you.
I mean, what can I say?
Haven't you heard that a lot of those knockoff bags are coming directly from the same company
Yes.
that they claim is not
Ja.
theirs? Like people are doing it on the side. Whatever they mess up, they send over to these other people and then they sell it.
But Joe, how many times have I said this? But when I've said it here, I have told people that, do you know that some of where you get it's the what you call they have these strip malls here in the States, outlet malls. What you get here is a lot of the missed ones or the messed up ones on the production line. They're made by the same damn people.
It's made by the same people, but they
have been cussed out for it. Them have been cussed out.
Yes, they plead ignorance when they want to go down to Chinatown and lock up those people.
Okay. I see them people that make, I mean, which is a smart business move. I would do the same thing. I would make my own knockoff and sell my own knockoff because me I gonna make money sideways, backways, frontways, any which way. Me I gonna make my money. Corner the market every which way you can. And I agree with you, Jack. Why go and lock up these people for selling the very things that you produce? And for those of you who don't know, a lot of these high-end designers, the things are made in China. They're made in China, a lot of them. And a lot of people, Lord have, let me start. There are a lot of people, Mega said this, so now walk around with the Louis Vuitton. The Louis Vuittons that you're walking around with are the low-end version. Because some of the Louis Vuittons out there, you don't even know they're Louis Vuittons. They're not branded, where you have the LV all over it, a dazzle yeah. You wouldn't even know. And them not cheap. Go ahead, Mr. President. Sorry.
Yeah, as much as, you may not like that they're locking up the people, but you cannot have people going around violating anyone's or company's intellectual property.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're doing bags and somebody is bootlegging your bag, bringing down the value of your bag, you're not making money from the sale of which is your intellectual property, you will be offended. So it's not just a matter of, there is bootleg out there, but you can't condone it.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't foster a good business environment. So as much as you may not like it, they have to.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't just make people just bootleg other people's stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Intellectual property is just like, that's why, for instance, you can't play certain songs on the radio like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is the intellectual property of the artist.
Mm-hmm.
So it's similar.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So in the comments, DJ Yesai says, well, certain bags, Hermes just started selling in Walmart under a different brand. Yes, that is a fact. That is a fact. And you can get them on TikTok Shop too. If you scroll through, you will see them on TikTok Shop. They just started selling in Walmart under a different brand, but most clothing companies that are made in China do that. Yeah, me I got kind of my market. Me now make you come in contact with my things. So yes, this is rather back to this article. Putin allowing Goldman Sachs to sell its Russian unit. I see a lot of hypocrisy here. A lot of hypocrisy. But you know what? Who am I? Me just a little plebs, according to Adesoji. Me way down from the bottom of the totem pole. Me not have no say, nothing. Who am I?
There's nothing wrong with a few plebs, offering their own opinions from time to time. Doesn't mean we have to take it, but we'll hear all the time. So, carry on.
Carry on indeed. Swiss airline Edelweiss and Condor suspend flights to Cuba for the first time in decades. Did I pronounce it right? Condor and Edelweiss or Edelweiss? How do you pronounce this Swiss airline name? Well, we just call it the Swiss airline. And Condor, they have suspended flights to Cuba for the first time in decades, shifting focus to the Dominican Republic. I thought we were No, we're not. Don't say that on air, Moments. Don't say that on air. Zip it. Remember, you still have YouTube Live. We're not off air. Okay. Okay, so they're shifting focus to the Dominican Republic's booming tourism industry. Cuba's tourism sector, already grappling with recent downturns, now faces another major setback as international airlines increasingly divert their routes to the Dominican Republic, one of the Caribbean's fastest growing travel hubs. I wonder why. Do we have more information? Does this seem very suspect? But anyway, let's get back to it. The latest development comes as the Swiss airline announces plans to reroute flights originally destined for Cuba, instead prioritizing Dominican destinations. David Collado, the Dominican Republic's Minister of Tourism, revealed the shift during the International Tourism Fair in Spain, further highlighting the country's rising status as a premier vacation spot. This follows a similar move by German carrier Condor, which recently confirmed the suspension of its summer flights to Cuba for the first time in over 3 decades, except for the pandemic years. The airline previously served Havana, Holguin, and Varadero, 3 of Cuba's key tourism destinations. One significant factor contributing to this shift is Cuba's placement on the U.S. list of state sponsors of terrorism, which has imposed travel restrictions affecting European tourists. Under current regulations, travelers who visit Cuba are no longer eligible for the U.S. EST visa waiver program, complicating onward travel. I never did have to read no further. I could have tell us I did have a feeling, but I don't want to be attacked.
And you know where that pressure comes from?
Let me finish the article. Under current regulations, travelers who visit Cuba are no longer eligible for the U.S. ESTA visa waiver program, complicating onward travel to the United States. The Cuban government argues that this restriction has negatively impacted the island's appeal in the European market, prompting travelers and airlines to look elsewhere. To address the concerns of affected passengers, Condor has assured full refunds for travelers who had already purchased tickets beyond the cutoff date. So last week, ICE was in Puerto Rico, scooping up a lot of the Dominicans, sending them back. Well, I guess this is the workaround, right? We're going to send you back. There will be opportunities for you. Stay in your country. Tourism is going to take off even more. Anyway, go ahead, Adesoji. I'm not done trying to connect the dots. Go right ahead.
Well, the first reason you probably don't have to look very far is the face of America's foreign policy is who? Little Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is of Cuban descent. So people would have said, well, you've got the president here now. Say whatever it is you want to say. And so that will have impacted some of it. And then, obviously, the United States has this idea that it can bully everybody, and it's bullying. They will survive. Cubans will survive. It's just unfortunate that you take one step forward and you take 20 steps backwards. Like I said, these people have no idea about governing. They are a party of protests, and they think now that they're in government, they can just destroy everything, and then they will say, see, it's broken. Let us fix it. But you broke it. It comes back to that tariff thing. You've done the tariff. You've broken that. Now you're destroying countries. You've removed all aid. You withdraw yourself from World Health Organization. That one is even wild. You withdrawing yourself from something you created. The United Nations, NATO, World Trade Organization. What's the other one? The IMF are all instruments of US imperialism. And the fact that you remove yourself from the WHO, a body that is supposed to look at diseases across the world, come to have a collegiate idea of how to solve them, you remove yourself. You create a void for China to get into, because China has already said they will step into the void. Guess what happens? When everything sets, no one's going to look to you for leadership. You're just going to be, that bully that just keeps talking and nobody pays them heed. That's what you're just going to be at the end of the day. I yield.
Oh boy. All right. Time for stories out of North America. Let's go ahead and start off with this one. Hot off the press. Adesoji, I don't know. As I said, time to invest in popcorn and wine. Oops, hold on. Here we go.
Also this afternoon, President Trump going ahead with some promised tariffs on other countries.
And Americans could be the ones paying the price. 7's Alex Browning is live in Wilton Manors with this story. Alex.
And with those threats, Lorena, of those tariffs looming in just about 12 hours or so, we've already seen an agreement reached with the Mexican government as those tariffs are moving forward, it appears, for Canada and China.
We don't want to have this fight, but we are not going to lose it.
The United States on the brink of a trade war as tariffs are set to begin on imports. 25% on Canada, 10% on China, and now a month-long pause on Mexico after an agreement was reached late Monday morning.
I think it's going to hurt us. It's worth a try.
The president hopeful it incentivizes our trade partners to reduce their deficits and secure their borders with the U.S.
That have to balance out their trade. Number one, that we've got to stop people from pouring into our country, and we've stopped it. They haven't stopped it. We've stopped it. They have to stop people from pouring in, and we have to stop fentanyl, and that includes China.
No, but don't do it. Don't stop us that way.
Some economists, though, say U.S. households would spend about $2,600 more per year in gas and groceries.
We have been already struggling with the costing. Everything is keep going up. At the same time, if right now the taxes and something going up is going to go miserable and more worse for the customer and the business.
Worst case scenario, it gets a little worse, but it's worth a try to make things a lot better.
It's going to get really expensive.
Oh, he's supposed to be bringing the money, expenses down, and now they're going up.
Trump, meantime, now has his sights set on the European Union.
It will definitely happen with the European Union. I can tell you that.
The one laughing on the side is China. We are very interlinked. We need America, and America needs us.
Being self-sufficient as a country in the long run, we're going to do way better.
And so the big question this afternoon, will deals be reached with Canada and China ahead of those tariffs going into place? We're in Milton Manors, this noon, Alex Browning, 7.
I honestly don't understand. Okay, my voice is going again. How can you put a tax on someone that you owe money to? Someone that at any moment would say, you know what? I'm going to put my debt in, want my money. Since you're going to tax me for my business, just give me back my money. We're going to be fine. We're going to go do business with someone else. I don't get it.
I think it's time we start learning Mandarin. Because any day now, China going to come knocking.
Ni hao.
Ni hao ma.
I need to tap into. I have a cousin up in Canada. He got married to a Chinese young lady. A beautiful daughter. And having to tap in and ask them to ask her to teach.
Can we even begin from the news story itself? The way the newscaster said, and I wrote it down. Did she say could? Did she say could? Did she ask that question? Did she go through secondary school or high school in the United States and do basic economics?
You're not going to disrespect our educational system here.
She said could. When you're using tariffs, could. No, it's not could. It will. Let's just break that down. It could. It would. And so that's every other thing is, the effect you will see. To the question Javed raised, which is the issue of a country that you owe money to. Do you know the United States owes China $800 billion US? Do you know what would happen?
Is it me or is it Adesoji?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you chipped out for a minute there, but go ahead. Continue. Please.
Do you know? Okay, so I was saying, do you know the United States owes China owes China 800 billion US dollars. And that 800 billion US dollars means the world trusts the United States to service its debts, right? And so the United States is able to sell treasury bills, which is a plus for your economy. Treasury bills. That is how majority of the governments around the world finance their budgets, their infrastructure. It's an element of it anyway. Plus your national income. Now, why do I mention that? Do you know if China were to say, you know what? We have no longer confidence in the United States that we're willing to dump $300 million. Do you know what will happen to the economy? It goes back to what President was saying earlier. Economy is based on planned futures and contracts. If you were to run any of those contracts, it would throw so many things out of kilter. This guy is a walking, talking disaster.
It's not him. It's not him. He's the echo chamber.
But still, he is the voice that projects. If at any point in time he has a thinking, if he has something between his two ears, he will be able to say no. Well, they call him a successful businessman. Highly doubtful. But he will have been able to say, you know what, I don't think this is a very good idea. Or he will have, like Judge Kofner said, where were the lawyers in the room when this idiot was drafting this thing? The same question can now be asked. Where were the economists in the room when this stupid idiot decides this is a very good idea? That the way you can get fentanyl, whatever it is you claim is afflicting the United States to stop, is to sanction an entire global economic system. You have another thing coming. You soon find out anyway.
We will find out. Go right ahead, Ja.
I think Jeffrey wanted to say something.
Sure, go ahead. Go right ahead, Jeffrey.
I'm not sure if we're going back to it yet. It's about the bank.
You can speak to it. You can speak to it.
Okay. I had to run to my phone, so doing some work around the house. I said they only need us when they need their money. When we only when we can provide the money, and when we're trying to withdraw our money, they trying to make it hard. Kind of like there's a system here. Like the insurance company does that. We pay. But when it's time to pay up, it's hard because we have to go through this system to make sure we get the service that we are paying into. To me, it's the most legal scam in the United States. So another thing, I'll go back to the Great Depression. I'm pretty sure a lot of you are aware of it, how Black folks, we saved Cadillac during the Great Depression. Because when the bank crashed, they wouldn't allow us to put money in the bank, and we were the only one with money, with cash. And Cadillac saw that as an opportunity to make money off of us, because first they didn't even want us to put our money in the bank, and when Cadillac saw that we're paying higher price than the regular price, they're taking advantage of us. And once we bought the car, $300 more, they wouldn't even let us use their dealership to service the vehicle. That's another thing. And as the company starting to crumble, they shift gear to marketing to the Black community. And they so-called give us job, which they did, started giving us job as well, because they saw the advantage of the money that we have, because what's called our value of our dollar, the buying power that we have in our community. And that's why I said they only needs us when they can use.
Is it me or is it Jeffrey? Okay.
Next, that was me.
Okay.
I had a quick call.
Okay.
AKA, when they need you to vote, now you vote. Guess what? I'm gonna say it. Trump Latino for Trump. Guess what? Goodbye. Now you're going back to your country. And someone had asked me, how do I feel about the Dominicans getting deported back to Haiti? I was born in Haiti. Guess how I feel about it? There was a cleansing of Haitian in Dominican Republic less than 10 years ago. They were killing Haitians, like beating them up. You hate, even if I were to go to, thank God I have a U.S. passport, I'm a U.S. citizen, I would get stopped just because to ask me to see if I'm American or not. And if I had a Haitian passport, they do not care. They would have sent my BS back to Haiti. You know, and when they would get deported, a lot of Hispanics, and I'm sorry, we do have a lot of good allies in the Hispanic community, but the ones that said, I know black, guess what? This is my opinion. Dominicans are just Haitians who happen to speak Spanish.
I think we've said that here before. We've had several conversations here surrounding Hispaniola.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
And the history surrounding Hispaniola.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I like history. And hey, Africa was the first country who went to Africa was Portuguese in late 1480. So I like history. We could go back way back there, to where the scramble of Africa, where Europeans wanted to be the first country of European country to settle in Africa. We can go there in the 1880s, something like that. But thank you so much. I don't know why I have not found you guys yet. I think I did, and it was briefly I came into the room. But this is very informative room, and I really like it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I hope you come back. And
I will.
I followed you. I invite you to follow us. What's your greeting? Sac passe.
Yep, sac passe.
Nabule.
Nabule. Yes. What I would recommend, I'm not sure how familiar with Fanbase. I am an investor. I've been with Fanbase before Fanbase app even created. We didn't even have an audio room when I started with the app because I was an early investor. We have what's called a camp. I'm not sure if you created a camp yet. That way, everyone who follow your camp, every time you open this room, they will get a notification.
Yeah, we have a camp, Jeffrey.
Okay, good.
So if you follow the camp, you can follow us.
Follow you.
And we have another investor in here as well who is here with us every day. So the camp is open Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. Supposed to be until 1 p.m. But since we started YouTube live, at YouTube, we go live on YouTube at 9:30, and then we are also on internet radio. Internet radio cuts off at 1 o'clock. So whatever we don't cover on internet radio, we carry over on YouTube live. So we're here till later.
I do appreciate it. From one Caribbean.
Yeah.
Very supportive, and I'm not just Caribbean, but we're the one they're gonna come after once they come after the other ones. So our black folks, we got to stick together, but at the same time, we got to be on the same message, and we got to see eye to eye. We have to have a plan, and we have to execute that plan. And when we execute that plan, we have to be on the same page.
Yes.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yes. Well, thank you for coming, Jeffrey, and thank you for sharing your voice. And I hope you come back. Definitely hope you come back. I hope you also subscribe. Click the link at the top and subscribe to the YouTube channel. You don't want to forget to do that, and turn on your notifications, right?
Yes.
And share the space. Share it. Share the YouTube. We're trying to grow the YouTube channel. I must say thank you to everyone who has subscribed, and thank you to everyone who has shared the channel, because within, what was it, RoSolo, we said this morning, 2-3 weeks, we started officially. The channel has been around, but we took it seriously when RoSolo, the 7th of January.
The 7th of January, so this would be that. Can you hear me?
Yes. Right.
Okay, the 7th of January. So this is going to be, we're going to our 4th week.
Right. And we have grown. We are now at 131 subscribers. So we are growing. I know we have to get to 1,000 subscribers, but we're growing and we're getting there. And, for everyone that comes in and shares the space, and what I like is the feedback. The feedback means a lot to all of us who have been a part of Coffee in Tow, because Coffee in Tow, we used to be in another space, Jeffrey, the other house, right? We used to be in the streets of the other house, and we migrated here fully. When was it? Last year, no? Because we were going back and forth, but we've migrated here fully last year.
Thank you. And I did the same thing too. I even I posted something on all my other social media posts. I put resignation posts. Please follow me on fan base at so and so. And if you happen to make your way there, please follow me if you want to continue this beautiful virtual relationship. But if not, it's been real.
Yeah. We keep it real here. What we do is we talk about stories from all around the world. We're global, right? We don't just focus on stories out of the US. We don't just take articles from the what you call them, legacy media houses, Adesoji. No.
They're watered down now.
We don't.
I know what you mean.
Right. So we go global. We get it from all different sources. We call it truth. The news with the side of truth. It's important, and we have these engaging conversations. And knock on wood, thankfully, so far we have been able to keep the essence of the space, stay true to our purpose, which is to educate everyone. And we all come here with a willingness to learn from each other, as we're from all over the world as well.
Yes. Thank you. Haitians and Jamaican, we are brothers and sisters. And literally, in school, I had a lot of Jamaican friends, and I grew up with in Stamford, Connecticut, to be exact. And we Haitians are the ones who always trying to speak like Jamaican. I don't know why, but we do. But like me, I'm going to get me a rice and peas and coffee. We're going to get that. Better believe that they're going to get it.
We're going to be, but as you said, we have to spread the message of unity, which is so important. And united we stand, divided we fall, as we are.
Yes. Like the Haitian saying, l'union fait la force. We united, we are force.
Thank you, Jeffrey. All right. So that is that. Let's see. I strongly believe, and I would be willing to bet $5 that before the week is out, he is going to rescind the tariffs, or at least put a pause on tariffs when we talk about Canada and China. And he may want to tread lightly when thinking about the EU. You cannot alienate your alliances. This does not make for good international relations at all. Because at the end of the day, no man is an island. No man stands alone. We need each other. All right. Next up, in stores out of North America, thousands of cars impounded for bridge and tunnel fare evasion in 2024. Woo! New York, what's up? This article dated January 29. Toll evasion remains a significant issue that city officials encounter daily, with the MTA reportedly losing approximately $800 million annually. During its monthly board meeting, MTA officials presented new statistics regarding efforts to combat fare evasion, particularly highlighting the results of the MTA Toll Evasion Task Force. In 2022, bridge and tunnel fare evasion cost the MTA about $46 million. In 2024, the Toll Evasion Task Force issued 34,000 summonses and impounded 3,400 vehicles in response to fare evasion at bridges and tunnels. Despite the high number of summonses, the MTA reported a remarkable 96% collection rate on bridge and tunnel fares, indicating that fare evasion may not be as widespread as it seems. Officials expressed a desire to modify the law to enable law enforcement to target New Jersey vehicle registrations more effectively and to increase the number of impounded vehicles. Additionally, the MTA noted a 25% decrease in subway fare evasion over the last 6 months, while bus fare evasion decreased by 12%. So hold on, Mr. President, is it safe to say, is the New Jersey people them are going with the foolishness them like for snub at the New Yorkers, but what? Them a break the law? I won't pay them things? Eh?
Across the bridge, they do not pay their dues.
on, look down by New York. Come on, New Jersey. Do better. Do better, New Jersey. Do better. All right.
We thought it was free.
But no, it's about 94% of the people paying, and it's such a big headache for the MT with only 6%. Are they using that as a smoke screen for a lot of the inefficiencies that exist within the organization?
That could be a possibility.
Because you're collecting 94% of the money. That's 6%.
96.
96%. So that 4% can, I mean, it might be significant, but it's only 4% of your revenue. So what's going on?
No. Something else going on. This is a distraction. You know, we like distractions from the real issues. Not that we specialize in.
The math ain't mathing, so if someone's not doing their public math to get the right number.
I hope they don't blame DEI for this. Because, you know, DEI gets blamed for everything. Next. Texas governor orders... Ja, what's up with your people over there? Texas governor orders ban... Orders a ban on DeepSeek Red Note for government devices. Ooh, remember, that's sensitive information, but yet Elon does have access to sensitive information. He has access to all of our information. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. So let's hear what Greg Abbott has to say. Oh, by the way, I'm not sure if Greg Abbott is aware that he is a beneficiary of DEI. Is it beneficiary or benefactor? What's the right term to use? But he benefits.
He's a beneficiary.
He's a beneficiary, yeah. Because, you know, if he's, and I saw something where he's crying out for the repealing of DEI in Texas. So let me ask you, Governor Abbott, how are you going to access the buildings if they roll back DEI?
He's not going to roll anywhere.
That part? How are you going to get into Washington? So does it mean that we're going to get rid of handicapped bathrooms that are handicap equipped? Oh, what about those ramps that you need to access buildings, Mr. Abbott?
Next time he won't be running for office, he'll be rolling for office.
He won't be rolling nowhere.
You see me rolling.
I mean, do we think, which is a clear indication that they don't even know what DEI truly stands for?
Facts. 100%.
But
go
ahead.
They know what they want it to stand for. And it only has a color on it.
Simple. So according to this article, courtesy of apnews.com, Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott issued a ban on Chinese artificial intelligence company DeepSeek for government-issued devices, becoming the first state to restrict the popular chatbot in such a manner. The upstart AI platform has sent shockwaves throughout the AI community after gaining popularity amongst American users in recent weeks. By the way, where are most iPhones made, and are iPhones used by government officials any at all? Just asking.
China.
Okay. Where are Samsungs made? Just asking.
Say it for the people in the back.
Okay.
Probably the factory across the road.
Okay. Computers. And if not made there, even if they're assembled in the US, where do the parts come from? Okay.
China, to include all Donald Trump's clothing.
Bible, shoes, and watches. Okay, let me not digress.
His pads.
The governor also prohibited popular Chinese-owned social media apps, Red Note and Lemon8 from all state-issued devices. That's fine. That is fine. I can understand that. Security issues. I totally understand. However, the governor's office has declined to comment further on the story. This is not what I want him to comment on. I want him to comment on DEI. Next up, BBC.
Wait.
I'm tired of
I didn't hear anything about TikTok.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. But TikTok owns Lemon8.
Correct. And I also wanted to talk about like the Elon Musk getting access to the government computers. OPM, which is the headquarters for human resources for federal employees. I was a federal employee, and I was also in the military. I am pissed because he's got my data right now. The fact that I was a federal employee, because I had to submit to request some documents from OPM, Office of Personnel Management. They give me the runaround like I didn't hear anything back from them 4 months. So it only took Elon Musk like less than 10 minutes. I'm going on mute.
It's popcorn season. What's your favorite brand?
And the fact that he's only a naturalized American, he's not a born citizen, and he has access to all your records.
Do me a favor, Adesoji. Since you're from the continent, could you please make a call to Ramaphosa and ask him when they're picking him up? He needs to go back home.
No. We don't like him. I know you guys don't like him, but for somehow, maybe you're gonna find an island you can put him on. The continent has enough problems. The last thing you want is
he's on the island of Florida.
Did y'all know that there was a hotline for ICE calling that individuals were getting paid for turning people in?
Mm-hmm.
They had to shut it down because there was a number of calls they were getting for illegal immigrants, but they watered it down to one person. They were reporting Elon Musk.
Keep moving. Let me come and do have quite a few more stories to get through. So the education department employees have been placed on paid leave as part of Trump's administration's DEI purge. I can't even talk. So according to CNN via WSVN, dozens of employees at the education department were placed on paid administrative leave on Friday as part of the Trump administration's larger effort to rid the federal workforce of employees associated with diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility efforts, two sources familiar with the move told CNN. The department sent letters to employees informing them that their email accounts were being suspended, but that they would continue to receive paychecks for an indefinite period. The sources made that statement. Anyway, the department cited guidance from the White House's Office of Personnel and Management issued on January 21 that directed government agencies to notify all employees of DEIA offices that they are being placed on administrative leave effective immediately as the agency takes steps to close or end all DEIA initiatives, offices, and programs. The agency is the latest to face upheaval amid the White House's efforts to weed out DEI programs within the government and reshape the federal workforce in President Donald Trump's image. Image? Is this a comparison to God? Because we are all created in God's image. Hold on a second here. CNN, can you reword that, please?
No.
Or do I need to send this to Brother Milton Adesoji for him to reword it for us? In his image. In Trump's image, it's worded accurately.
Exactly.
So in other words, if you are not
white,
you will not have a job. Wow, this is so loud. Reshape the federal workforce in President Donald Trump's image. That's all we needed to hear.
Actually, white and a man.
Even if you forget the image moments, I mean, all you have to do is to look and see where Elon Musk's strategy has been very successful. The app formerly known as Twitter, which is yet to make a profit under the new company, under the new manager, right? Who went in there, cut the company, cut the employees, promised to make it profitable within a month. And how much years now? And it is still struggling to stay profitable. It's not even profitable right now. But he has a massive, this pie in the sky plan
to reform the entire federal government by just laying off people willy-nilly. And that's something.
But bad business tycoons are what people look up to, because Trump hasn't done anything productive. And now you're saying Elon Musk has taken over something and hasn't done it as well? Makes you say,
Lord have mercy. Texas. Oh, we did that one. The doctor, man, I'm confused. I'm so confused. What year are we in? 2025? Are we almost at the end of 2025? Can we fast forward to 2020? What's the next one?
9?
No, please say 8. Where we vote. Listen, we have what you call it, the midterms coming up in 2 years. Let us see what happens in 2 years. How are people going to vote in 2 years? Let's see what happens there. You know what? Next up, New York doctor indicted for prescribing Louisiana teen abortion pill. Article can be found on bbc.com. This one is dated, well, this is from 3 days ago. A New York doctor has been indicted for allegedly sending abortion pills to a teenager in Louisiana, in what could be the first time a provider has faced criminal charges for mailing the medication since the rollback of abortion rights in the U.S. On Friday, a grand jury issued an indictment against Dr. Margaret Carpenter for criminal abortion, a felony in the state, which has a near total ban on the procedure. An indictment was also issued against the teenager's mother. New York governor has said the state would not comply with an extradition request for the doctor's arrest and said they would shield her. I am proud to say that I will never, under any circumstances, turn this doctor over to the state of Louisiana under any extradition request, she said in a video statement. Since the landmark Roe versus Wade case was overturned by the Supreme Court, Louisiana has enacted a near total abortion ban with no exceptions for rape or incest. Oh no, wicked Louisiana. Oh no, is wicked. So if a girl father impregnate her against her wishes, she must carry that child. What is the literacy rate over there in Louisiana?
My thing is, who told?
I don't know. Somebody talk or somebody open the mail fast. Somebody blew a whistle.
Louisiana still have a lot of laws that has not yet to be challenged. I lived in New Orleans for 12 years, and I got my master's in criminal justice while I was down there. And there's a lot of laws that people can get easily in trouble for if they don't challenge them, if they pay attention to them. There's a lot of laws that needs to change.
So who is going to lead the charge with that? Somebody needs to step up and take it up and say, come on, we need to challenge these things. These are antique. They need to be gone. Who is going to do that? Nobody interested in taking up that task? Or is it that they don't believe that it's a battle that can be won? Oh, Louisiana is a red state?
Correct, including New Orleans now, because a lot of folks had voted for Trump in New Orleans, which is 60% Black.
Okay, let's see what happens. All right, in TikTok talk, TikTok to invest $3.8 billion in Thailand data hosting project, an investment board has said. This is according to yahoonews.com. ByteDance's TikTok will invest 126.8 billion baht or $3.76 billion in Thailand in a data hosting service. The Thai investment made the announcement. The investment board made the announcement on Wednesday. The Chinese firm's investment was made by its Singapore-based unit and would support activities of affiliated companies with operations slated to begin in 2026. Thailand's Board of Investment made that statement. It also was among it was among $5 billion of approved new projects announced on Wednesday. TikTok did not immediately respond to a Reuters request for confirmation. The move comes as several tech giants plan data centers in the country, Southeast Asia's second biggest economy. Last year, Alphabet Inc.'s Google said it would invest $1 billion in Thailand, a year after Amazon Web Services announced a $5 billion investment in the country over 15 years. Microsoft has also announced it will open its first regional data center in Thailand. TikTok's plans mark a significant step in enhancing Thailand's digital and AI infrastructure. Okay. What are your thoughts? How you feel about that there? Yay? Nay? Everybody's scrambling for a piece of Thailand?
Everything that they're doing have one thing in common. Open AI, trying to gain information. And that's why Elon Musk is building a supercomputer in Tennessee. And that's part of the AI movement that he's building.
How is that going to be powered, Jeffrey?
Exactly. That's the question they need to answer. There's going to take a massive power source to make sure it maintain that.
I see problems on the horizons. I like problems. You see, everything doesn't happen by chance. People put themselves in certain positions, or I should say, rub shoulders with certain individuals for personal gain. It's never about people. It's only for their personal advancement. It is what it is. That's how people move. Even at our little level, people will interact and associate with us because there's some benefit to be gained. And usually it's not to the advancement of everyone, it's for their own personal advancement. And we see it here on display. The world is watching. The world sees it, but we don't see it. We don't recognize it. Such a shame. But anyway, as I was born, so shall I die. None of us will be here forever and ever. Amen. We're all passing through. Whatever we acquire while we're alive, we won't be able to take with us when it's time to go. So they must know how they're going to stay here forever and ever. I don't know.
And that is the reason I put on my will. Do not put any clothes for me when you put me in the casket. The way I came, I'm going out like that.
I'll be cremated. Just hope everybody remembers. There'll be a cremation for me. Yeah, so time for business and tech news. And our business and tech news is brought to you by Grand Coffee House. Where's my thing? I can't believe I didn't put up my ticker for TikTok news. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. We're back with you, YouTube. What do we have in this segment? JP, by the way, do you know so the Lyft driver losing job? Now, I need the Lyft driver who lost his job to file a lawsuit against the rapper and against Lyft. I would also like that when there is a court hearing, when it's time for the case to move forward, the vehicle in question be brought to court. The vehicle needs to be submitted as evidence. The vehicle, as a matter of fact, needs to take the stand. Little girl, you're wicked. You knew what you were doing. You cost a man his job to look after himself. I don't know if he have a family. You made this man lose his job because you could not fit in the vehicle. And the man was so kind to you. Man, all I can say to you, take out a lawsuit. You're going to sue that rapper and you're going to sue Lyft. Did you all see the video where she tumbled over on stage? What was she trying to do on stage? Tasha Remanek, I know I sent you the video. She on the stage. Who she going to sue for what happened to her on stage? Gravity? You see, the hearts of mankind, we seek to do each other harm. You know you couldn't hold in the man car, but you turn around, go get lawyer, make the man losing job. Well, you got your come up. I hope the money that you will get, because there's a strong probability, Mr. President, that she might win the lawsuit. But I guarantee you that money going to run out quick and fast. They have a saying, easy come, easy go. So enjoy your 2 minutes of fame. NYC slams Uber, Lyft for disinformation on driver pay hike. This story, courtesy of LiveMint or livemint.com. According to Bloomberg, New York City's rideshare regulator, said Uber Technologies Inc. and Lyft Inc. are spreading disinformation in emails sent to drivers and riders about proposed rules that could, what's this? I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. It's back. That would give drivers a roughly 6% pay hike. NYC's Taxi and Limousine Commission, or TLC, which regulates yellow cabs and rideshare vehicles, rebuked the companies in messages posted to Facebook and X on Friday in response to recent email campaigns from Uber and Lyft. The two firms are urging workers and customers to write to the commission to oppose the proposal, which is set to be discussed at a public hearing on February the 5th. Next article in our business and tech segment, JP Morgan plans $4 billion U.S. gold delivery amid tariff fears. Oh, I can't read this one, Mr. President. Them say I have to subscribe to fortune.com to be able to read this article. Let me see if I can pull it up another way. To Google I go. Yeah, there's always another way, right? Beat me one way, you can't beat me another. So JP Morgan Chase, according to yahoofinance.com, will deliver gold bullion valued at more than $4 billion against futures contracts in New York in February, at a time when surging prices and the threat of import tariffs are fueling a worldwide dash to ship metal to the U.S. The bank, which is by far, I got kicked out. Oops. All right, I got kicked out, getting back in. Okay. We're really going to have to send an appeal to Isaac Hayes and the team, because we're constantly having these glitches where I'm getting kicked out of fan base. This has been going on about 2 weeks now, or yeah. All right, we got to get this fixed. All right. So what was the last thing you heard me say, Mr. President? And thank you for the alert. What was the last thing I said? Or the last thing you heard me read?
The delivery of the gold by JP Morgan.
Oh, by the way, are we going to have gold returned to Haiti? Anyway, let me not digress. JP Morgan Chase and Company will deliver gold bullion valued at more than $4 billion against futures contracts in New York in February, at a time when surging prices and the threat of import tariffs are fueling a worldwide dash to ship metal to the U.S. The bank, which is by far the world's biggest bullion dealer, was one of several institutions to declare plans on Thursday to deliver bullion against contracts traded on CME Group's COMEX, which will expire in February. Delivery notices, which total 3 million troy ounces of gold, were the second largest ever endorsed data going back to 1994. Traders on Friday declared their intent to deliver another 1.1 million troy ounces on Tuesday, according to the latest notice from CME Group. Fears of imminent tariffs on imports following the election of U.S. President Donald Trump have caused prices for gold futures on COMEX to surge over spot prices in London. Spot prices shot to record highs last week, but the additional premium on COMEX has created a lucrative arbitrage opportunity for the handful of banks that can quickly fly bullion between key trading hubs. I'm just looking for Chase in all of this. Is Chase mentioned in this? And at all, is Chase anywhere? Well, Deutsche Banks, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman have declined to comment. Okay, I'm sorry. I think you know why I'm looking for Chase in all of this, but no. Was it Chase? No, not Chase, not Chase. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Chase, not Chase. Citibank. That's what I'm looking for. No Citigroup mentioned in this, none whatsoever. How is Citigroup doing with their gold? Go ahead, Mr. President.
Well, what's interesting here is that they're benefiting from the arbitrage, right? So to benefit from arbitrage essentially is to make a riskless profit. Okay? So for instance, that's why markets are in sync. If something is trading here at $1 and the same exact commodity is trading somewhere else at 150, they could buy it where it's trading for $1, sell it where it's trading for 150, and make a profit.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just making money from just free money.
Sounds like the foreign exchange market, right? The black market of foreign exchange.
Donald Trump just did that when right before he came to office. He dropped a coin. He told all his friends and all his family to put in, and once it went up, all of them probably backed out. That's why it's so low now. Now he's in office. He can be prosecuted because he has immunity.
That's a wrong quote, which I liken it to a pump and dump, where you pump a penny stock up, get people to buy, sell on the high, and left them holding the bag. But I think it's a smart move. I think it's the most profitable endeavor so far. Mr. Trump.
Listen, them say if you can't beat them, join them, but not every party me intend for join. I'll say that. Let me say that. All right, that article rounds out our business and tech segment brought to you by Grant Coffee House. From our farms to your cups. To make your Grant Coffee House purchase, log on to www.grantcoffeehouse.com for authentic Jamaican coffee. All right, next up, it's our health and science news. And our health and science news is brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Percent natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Right? So, heart disease kills the most Americans every year. Smart watches might save us. This article courtesy of digitaltrends.com. The American Heart Association just released its 2025 heart disease and stroke statistics update report with some critically important stats. It mentions that heart-related diseases, which are on an upward trajectory across the globe, are the leading cause of death in the U.S. The findings, which have been published in the Circulation Journal, note that thousands of people die of cardiovascular disease in the country each day. The toll is so high that heart-related deaths account for more than the combined number of cancer-related and road accident casualties. The report also highlights the rise in related kidney disease cases, both in the US and worldwide. Here are some other stats with links to the heart woes of Americans, as detailed in the 620-page report. High blood pressure affects nearly 47% of U.S. adults. Nearly 42% of U.S. adults are obese, and more than 72% fall into the unhealthy weight class. For children, those numbers stand at 40% and 20% respectively. Roughly 57% of American adults are living with type 2 diabetes and pre-diabetes. How many times have we had these conversations here? I mean, what can I say? We know what's on the shelves. We know we have access to. And not only that, I think now we're bound to see high blood pressure numbers increase. How? Economy. Why? Prices going up. So people are going to be stressed out trying to make a dollar stretch even further than it already is being stretched. People are stressed enough in this country. I'm surprised I didn't put stress in here, but stress has a lot to do with high blood pressure. It also has a lot to do with obesity and being unhealthy. Because you know what happens? A lot of us, we eat the wrong things when we're stressed out because we're looking for comfort. We call them comfort foods. So we indulge in things that have high sodium content, high sugar content, lots of fats, the unhealthy fats. So we start clogging up our arteries, our blood vessels are jammed up. We're creating a problem. Tell me one person who, when they're stressed out, run for something healthy. But now we have to make conscious choices, folks. No matter what is going on around us, we cannot allow it to beat us. We have to be stronger and rise above whatever it is that we're faced with. Meaning, make the best choices possible with what we're going to be consuming, eating, drinking. Incorporate exercise as a stress relief. Go for walks if you're at work and your job affords you break time, lunch time. Reserve some time. And I know if you're in the cold, it's a little harder, but you have to do something. Walk it off. Step outside. Engage in nature. If you're able to go for hikes, do it. If you live in the tropics and you're able to go to the beach, do it. We are now going to have to be more cognizant, more intentional with how we take care of ourselves so that we do not become statistics. Nobody cares about us. We have to care about ourselves, our loved ones, our family members, and our friends. All right. Last month was National Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. All through the month, we spoke about the importance of setting those appointments with your healthcare providers, your OBGYNs. We also spoke to the men about seeing to it that you check with your urologists as well. We have to take care of ourselves, folks. It is what it is. We cannot be casual. And age right now doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Because here we have children, 40% in the US are obese, 20% fall into an unhealthy weight class. We have to make better choices.
I also want us to kind of go back to the unprocessing food and things like that, because I remember I grew up in Haiti, so I was born in Port-au-Prince, the capital, but I grew up outside of the country where there's no electricity, no running water, no stove. We grew up where we grew our own crops. If we didn't grow it, we did not eat. It was so rich because it was non-processing. Everything was good. I was a real farm boy, although I live in Rhode Island now. It's nothing compared to how I grew up. We didn't even have electricity. We had like walking. We didn't have streets. We had trails. We had river. We didn't have bathroom. We had places where we went. Having that natural resource, it's something I understand. There's people who lives in cities, they're not accustomed to this. But having that basic knowledge to know where to get it, not just that, but to be able to grow it yourself for basic things that you can do in your, whether if you have a balcony or something like that, you can. It makes a huge difference.
Yeah. Container gardening. Whatever little we can do for ourselves, we have to. We have to have a window. Set up your containers under your window where natural sunlight comes in. Or where I should say sunlight comes in, which is natural light. Yeah. Even if it's, and I said this a couple of weeks ago, even if it's our herbs, rosemary, basil, thyme, cilantro, whatever we can grow, let us do it as much as we can. We also have to see to it that we're taking care of ourselves, more fruits and vegetables. If they're blended, if you can, some people don't like vegetables, that's a fact. Some people just don't like vegetables. So we have to get creative, right? Because fruits, they say, clean us out. Vegetables repair us. Fruits clean us out, and we need to be cleaning out our systems daily, right? And then we repair our systems with our vegetables and a lot of greens, very important, all right? We can make them fun. We have to find a way. Yeah. Ah, boy. So unfortunately, but there is a way. We're not going to take it as a death sentence. We have the information. Now we pivot. But again, we have to be intentional, folks. We have to be. And that story wraps up our health and science segment. We're going to go ahead and close out the YouTube live. I'll be right back with you, fan base. YouTube, we have come to the end of another show. We will be back tomorrow, God willing, 9:30 a.m. Don't forget to share the live. I hope you subscribe to turn on your notification so that you will know when the room is open. All right. So see you tomorrow. Thank you once again for Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.